Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Scatter's in chat right now for the new week. Dude, the scatter with the sub message hits different. Thank you, Kalusa. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Sorry for no stream yesterday, but I was tired after the regional on Sunday. I came home after midnight, and I just didn't feel like it. But here I am. Here I am for another week of streams. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you all had a good weekend. And welcome. We're gonna do all kinds of things today, including my regional deck profile. Just up front, I didn't do super well with the Centurion deck, even though I don't think it was the deck's fault. I didn't play super well in the early rounds. I started off 1-2 and then I finished 5-3. Not terrible, but obviously not what I was hoping for. But I still wanted to show you guys the deck later. So we're gonna recap the weekend a little bit, and yeah, and then we're gonna talk about some exciting news for Master Duel. Honestly, they've announced some pretty cool stuff for Master Duel, so we're gonna talk about that. Sorry for bothering you. You did not bother me at all. You're good. Thank you. Appreciate you for coming up. It's all good. All right. Ryushi, thank you for the 3 months. Okay, everybody. Before we talk about exactly what we do in today's stream, let us do a little round of warm up. It's been a while since I've played a good old round of card guesser, so we'll do that today. Yanks BL 2000, thank you for the first time sub. Appreciate you. All right. Let us begin. I think this guy. No. Dawn Knight. Oh, that's the okay. What I was thinking was the Armageddon Knight for fire, but that's the one for light monsters, I think. This could be Granadora, maybe? No. Oh, that's changed his appearance. I think. Yeah. Is this just Rainbow Dragon? That might just be Rainbow Dragon. Okay. Good. I'm trying to figure out if I even am familiar with this card. Don't think so. This does not ring a bell. Oh, it's a G Golem. That's why. Okay, yeah, I don't know those very well. I know one of them, the one they play in Cyber's Piles. I don't even know which one that is. Crystal Heart or something. This looks like a Fortune Fairy or something. Is that a Fortune Fairy? Nordic Alpha. Okay. Gulveig. All right, I would not have guessed that one. I looked at chat for it. Oh, that's Revived King, I think. No, it's not. No, it's not. I lied. That's not Hades. Well, it is, but it's not the card, I think. Is it? I'm pretty sure. Oh, it is? Why did he look like that? I thought he looked different. Well. Oh, you know what it is? I thought that was his face. This entire okay. I should focus on guessing cards, but I didn't realize that was his. That he had a head. I thought that was the face. That's why I was confused. Book of Lunar Eclipse. Yeah. Yeah. That's a worm. No, it's Mud Dragon. Not Mud Dragon, but it's Mud Dragon of the Swamp. Yeah. Oh, that's old. Confiscation. I don't even know what's going on here. I can't tell what's happening on this card. Looks like a Constellar thing. Omega Judgment. I think that is a Constellar card. Looking Fire Fist-ish. Ryo Okami. Okay. That's not a Fire Fist. It looks like a Fire Fist, though. That's a Ghost Trick? Ghost Trick doll? Oh. Flower Guardian, I think. I'm very bad with Flower Guardians, but I'm very good at identifying Flower Guardians. Like, I know when it is a Flower Guardian, but I don't know which Flower Guardian. Nope. None of those. Polonia. Okay. All right. I also don't know what this is. It's not Thrust. No, it's not Thrust. Deception and Betrayal. Okay. Eternal Rest. No. Dude, these are tough now. What the hell is going on? That which feeds on life. Okay. We had a good start, but now we're throwing. I mean, it's not really throwing. I just haven't seen these cards before. What the hell is going on? Mad Plant. Raging Mad Plants. Well, at least the name is fitting. That feels Phantom Knighty. Is that Ragged Gloves? Yeah. Penguin. Brave? No. Penguin Sword? Penguin Sword. Brickstar? Candina? No. Nightshade. Oh. Salamangrate, Resurrection, something, this one, Recurrence. Chain Detonation, not Destruction. Yeah. I know this one. Morphtronic, something unit. Dude, how many Morphtronic cards are there? Repair unit. No? Engine? Morphtronic engine? Ah, okay. Well, I knew it was a Morphtronic card. This one I don't know. I feel like I've seen it before, but I don't know the name. Enlightenment? Okay. Well, there's grass. Is that wetlands? I think it's wetlands. That's the only card I can think of that just has a lot of grass. Okay, that's the one. That's an Exosister? Yeah. Aw, now guess the Exosister game again. Stella. Stella. Wetlands format needs to be studied more. What is wetlands format? What is that and why does it need to be studied? Something harmonizing. Life force harmonizer? Yeah. Oh, old vanilla. No, ritual spell. Novox prayer. Novox prayer, I think. Yeah. Oh, Fortress Veil, I think. Fortress Orca something. Orca Mega Fort. That one. Yeah. Mega Fortress. No. Magistus, maybe? Magic Key. Okay. Oh, this feels old and somewhat familiar. This feels somewhat familiar, but I can't really... I don't know. I don't know, but I feel like I've seen it before somewhere. Execution of the contract. You look like a firewall. Firewall Guardian. Yeah. Because the fencer is like red or orange or something, and this is the blue one. Key Mace! Please be Key Mace 1. Oh, it's Key Mace 2! There's no shot. I didn't even know there was 2. In my head, I was like, okay, whatever you do, don't click the memento Key Mace. I didn't know there was 2 original Key Mace. Double spell? Yeah. I think that's this one. Oh, the Bestial. Well, not the honorary Bestial, the only Bestial that's never seen play. Sag. Something Dust Cyclone. Diamond Dust Cyclone. Yeah. Oh, that's a generator, I think. Oh, yeah, that's generator something. Hela? No, not boss room. Okay, it's a spell trap. I was about to say, I've opened enough of the runic secret pack. I've seen this card before. That's a generator. And that is how I know my my generators. Don't judge me for that. That's the only reason why I know generators. Karma Sword. Yep. Sonata. Easy one. Is that Dark Dragster? Is that a thing? FA Dark Dragster? That's a card, right? No, it's not the one. Okay, then I don't know. It might be one of those circuits or whatever. Downforce. Okay. I hate when you zoom in and it doesn't really reveal any more details. But okay. Dual Avatar Feet. Dude, this is something of prophecy. Stoic? I think it's Stoic. Yeah. I've seen this card. Yeah, that's Noctovision, right? Yeah. My boy. I know my boy. I recognize my boy. Let's go. Yang Xing. I think. But who's that? Hu Lao? Wind of the Yangzing. Okay. Like I'm not very I know like 5 Yangzings maybe, but there's like way more than that. You are I have no idea. What is that? Nightmel the Dark Bonder. Okay. Feel like I've never heard that one. Oh, this one. Ah, this one though. Yeah. Ah. Is it Fossil Tusker? Might be. Yeah. I've seen it 100%. I just couldn't think of the name. It's a dust on. Diamond dust on? One more. And we'll have 800 at least. Oh, that's I've seen this card. I know this card. Union. Salvagent Driver. I thought it was Union Driver. Is that the new Union Driver? No, that's called Union something else. I don't know. Either way, we got 801. Barely not washed. Oh, it's a Cybers. Okay. It's fairly recent, isn't it? It was like an ultra rare in one of our sets, like the ones that you were not happy to pull, I think. But yeah, I can't maybe like past 1 or 2 years or something. Code of the Duelist, the same set as Firewall Dragon. Okay, that's not as recent as I thought. That is not as recent. That is 6 years ago. Would you believe it? Nailum, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. And Starkle, thank you for the 9 months as well. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Hello. All right. That is the warm-up out of the way. Well, I mean, I guess we need to do this real quick. Someone in chat earlier said it was really easy, though, which definitely does not put me in a pressure spot at all. It's an old, high-level dark monster with high stats as well. It's not a warrior. What about Dark Magician of Chaos? Dark Magician. It's not Dark Armed Dragon because it has more than 1,500 defense, and Dark Armed Dragon has 1,000 defense. Okay, it's a level 8, but it is not just an effect monster, but it's also not an exceed. So it could be a synchro. Oh, I think Dark End Dragon. I think it's Dark End Dragon. Dark End Dragon. That was an easy one. Yep, that was an easy one indeed. Nice. Easy clap. Easy clap. Yeah, we get those. We get those. I know my staples from back in the day. That one you can't fool me with that. All right. Leo Boss, thank you for the 17 months. I guess that's true. I've talked about Bonanza. I don't know how many of you were there, but we've talked about Bonanza on the podcast. We haven't talked about Bonanza on this stream yet. I guess it's worth mentioning real quick. I don't have any visuals prepared, but I guess if I can, let me quickly scroll YG organization. Maybe they have just a little thing that I can pull on screen real quick. I mean, that's my one gripe with YG organization is the way they display news sometimes is really like this is not great to look at. Yeah, I know we can talk about it. It's just I would have liked to have one of those graphics where it shows all the cards. There's a Twitter account that always does those. Is that like, what was they're called like Duel Daddy, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. So I don't know if this is the complete list, or if like one or like a couple cards are still missing. But we do have the rough outline of Quarter Century Bonanza. I guess we can talk about it for a brief moment, just to get a feel for what you guys think of it, because I've obviously already thought about what I think of it. But this is okay, so this is part of the main set. So just as a reminder, I have to keep reminding myself because I sometimes forget how it works, but you get 5 cards per pack. There's 2 separate card pools, 78 card main set, 200 card nostalgia set, and in every pack you get 4 cards from the main set and 1 card from the nostalgia set, right? So the main set, just looking at this first page, this is not all the cards, obviously there's more, but like for me personally, the way I interpret this is I think Dragoons is a good reprint because that card was expensive. Now with the Mermail cards getting viability again, and I think Dragoons has, the last time it's been reprinted was in some OTS pack a while ago, so I think even the commons ones were worth a little bit. Not crazy, but like it's a solid reprint. I personally really like the Dragon Rulers being available in all the rarities, even though they're not going to be like chase cards or expensive or anything like that, but I'm a fan of it. The fact, even though I find it weird that the Dragon Rulers are in the main set and not in the nostalgia set, whereas the baby dragons I think are in the nostalgia set, but whatever. Elder is a good reprint. I think that card was expensive because it was one of the few Ritual Beast cards that actually were not reprinted for some reason. Everything else was. So now I guess the only expensive card for a Ritual Beast core that's left would be the Lara, the new one, right? But I think Elder was due for a reprint. Neptibus is not a bad reprint. Punishment Dragon was also randomly expensive. The 2 Secret 6 Samurais, I know this one was randomly expensive. I have no idea why. I don't even know why I know that. But the Secret 6 Samurai Kizaru was apparently a solid reprint. We've got Arch Nemesis Protoss, which is a good reprint. I think Laundry Dragon Maid is also a good reprint. I don't know if this has gone down, but I remember like back in the day when we played this for the first time in Dragon Mates, in Paleo, I mean. This went up a little bit. It wasn't a crazy money card, but like worth reprinting. Nemesis Flag and Corridor alongside Protoss, also very good reprints. The other stuff here, I'm not sure. Then we've got, obviously, Diabellstar is a solid reprint. Schuberta is a solid reprint. Colossus is a good reprint. You got Alt Art House Dragon Maid over here. Toad is a solid reprint. We've got Shizuku in Alt Art as well, which is cool. We got some Charmers. Weird decision, in my opinion, to only include half of the Charmers in Area, Dark, and Win, but no Lina, Ossa, or or Hita. That's kind of whatever. Maybe they're keeping it for another set, but I don't know. We've got Poly Alt Art, which is cool. Heatwave is a good reprint. That card was expensive. Summoning Curse, I think, was expensive. That was the thing that was hyped up when Mimighouls got revealed, I think. That went up a bit after that. And then we have Grass is a good reprint. Ostinato getting a rarity bump. Overall, Thrust, Bonfire, Wanted, some bangers on the last page here. This is the main set. And I'm going to be honest with you, as with Rarity Collection 1 and 2, I'm a huge fan of this. I think this makes a lot of cards more accessible. I mean, SP Little Knight as well, and Promethean. I kind of went over those like they were not important, but I think it's a good set. I think it's a banger set for the main card pool. I think it makes all those cards very, very accessible. I think the only critique point I feel like that is it is valid in my opinion is that with this set in mind, the tins look very mediocre at best. When you think of the fact that like Bonfire, SP Little Knight, and Thrust were all in the tins and were all kind of hard to pull, so they kind of remained expensive. So some people like I'm just thinking like how does someone feel who got a SP Little Knight from the tins, which was like 45 or 50 bucks, and then it's getting another reprint a couple of weeks later. I don't know. I think it's this set is great. The tins not so much in hindsight. Not so much in hindsight, but this set is great regardless. Also, let's take a look at the nostalgia pool, which I personally, let me know how you guys feel about this. I don't think this is going to make it to YouTube because this is old news, but I'm just asking you live on Twitch right now. Like, how are you guys feeling about the nostalgia approach to this? Like, I have no issue with the approach. I think the approach is cool because you have the chance to reprint a bunch of OG cards in this set without them taking up a lot of slots from like real cards. Like, you're going to pull one of these cards and you're not going to feel bad about it because like, oh, this could have been an SP Little Knight, instead it's a Mirror Force, right? Like, not like that. But it still gives them a chance to reprint those cards in cool rarities. The only issue for me personally, and I think this is a me personal issue, like I don't think many people have that issue, is I'm not a huge fan of Platinum Secret or QCR. I would have liked these cards to be available in every rarity so that you can choose whichever one you think is the coolest. But the way the nostalgia pool works is you can only get these cards in Quarter Century or Platinum Secret, which means that if you're not a fan of either of those rarities, then these don't help you that much. But I mean, that's okay, right? It's fine. I can still appreciate the set for what it is. And even then, like, even if you don't like the rarity of a new card, on some of these older cards, it could also drive the prices down for some of the other printings, right? Like, if a card was previously expensive, if it gets reprinted in here, it might also impact the other versions of the card. So if you want to pick up another rarity, that could also go down. The only other thing about this is I feel like this was the perfect, and when I say perfect, I mean literally perfect opportunity to reprint a couple of cards that come to mind that really desperately needed a reprint and are also super iconic cards that definitely belonged into this nostalgia pool. And I can immediately think of 3 cards. I can think of Royal Oppression, Trap Dust Shoot, and Metamorphosis. All 3 of these cards are very, very expensive for a common / rare card from back in the day. I think Metamorphosis goes for like 15 euros plus for a common. Royal Oppression, I think, is also 10 to 15 euros plus. That has a couple of different versions, but they're all super old. Trap Dust Shoot is also 15 or 20 bucks for a common, and that is the cheapest version of the card. And you guys are also mentioning something like Phoenixian Cluster Amaryllis, I think is the entire name. That card is also very expensive, right? And so those were all cards, I feel like, that would have fit perfectly in here, right? Like, I mean, look, is Goblin Attack Force really more iconic and more nostalgic than Metamorphosis, Royal Oppression, Trap Dust Shoot? Like, those cards are very, very relevant for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh's history. You know, I just picked a random card. You know, I got no beef with Goblin Attack Force. Card is cool. Card's in the anime. That card can be here. But I feel like those what I'm saying is the other cards should have been here as well, right? Like, I'm happy with Goblin Attack Force being here. It's fine. But I think when you're making a huge nostalgia pool, those cards deserve to be here. I think Dust Shoot, Oppression, Metamorphosis, those cards should have been here. Definitely, in my opinion, they would have made sense, and they would have seriously improved the value of the reprints in the set, right? Not to say that there's no good reprints here, there are, but you know, you get my point. Anyways, this set will drop this week, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited to get some of these staple cards or reprints in whichever rarity I find the coolest. I personally, at the moment, out of the rarity collections, I'm trying to get my stuff in secret rare, because I've just been kind of liking that. But yeah, overall, I think this is going to be a great set. I just wanted to quickly bring it up. We've talked about it on the podcast already. If you've missed the last podcast episode, you can feel free to check it out. I think it got uploaded a little late this time. Sorry for that. But we yapped about it a little bit with Parfa. Druid's Worm is still like 10 bucks. Is the Druid's Worm is not in here, is it? Yeah. I mean, as always, right? As always, the this set does not reprint every single card that's currently expensive. Like, you guys are right, there are cards that are missing from this, but I'm still taking this set as what it is, and I think what it is phenomenal, right? Like, it's always a cool mix. The rarity collections are a cool mix between good reprints and some cool rarity bumps, or cards being available in all kinds of different rarities, right? Like, I mean, something like the Dragon Rulers, for example, are not a phenomenal reprint. They're not like crazy. They're not going to be crazy valuable. They're not expensive at the moment, but I like the option of being able to obtain all of them in whichever rarity I want, essentially. So I really hope they continue this concept of a set where you can just put a bunch of different rarities of cards in there. All right. So that's, I guess, the little bit of a rundown on Quarter Century Bonanza. One other thing I wanted to bring up. Did you guys see that they're replacing our boy Ernios over in Rush Duel? Did you guys see this? How crazy is that? Bro, Elemental Hero Sky Neos? Man, I guess this is the final piece of information that we needed to confirm that Ernios really is never gonna return. Because they've literally made Ernios at home for Rush Duel. That's crazy. That is crazy. I feel like it doesn't really fit because it's green. Why is it green? It doesn't even make sense. Because it's Neo, it's still Elemental Hero Neos plus Neospatian Air Hummingbird. But Air Hummingbird is not green. Wind is green. I mean, I get it, but like they're all the Neos fusions are supposed to kind of resemble the things that fuse into them, right? Like Neos plus one of the Neospatians, and they kind of look like that. This one does not look like Neos plus Air Hummingbird. When I saw the artwork for the first time, I thought it was a fusion with Avian. That's why I was confused. I didn't even understand it was supposed to replace Air Neos, because I thought it was Avian plus Neos. I thought it was just a new fusion, right? Because I don't think there is one with Neos plus Avian. At least I don't remember right now. But yeah, or Stratos, yeah, maybe. But like, it didn't strike me as Air Hummingbird went into this, right? Anyways, whatever. I don't really care about them not doing Air Neos anymore. I just thought it was funny to see that they have quote unquote officially replaced him in Rush Duel, which is funny. Okay. All right. Let's get into some content for the day. We've got some news to go through, and we've got a deck profile to go over, and a regional report, and some other things from the weekend, and then we have a new season of Master Duel to play in as well. Speaking of Master Duel, before we do the deck profile, let's talk about some of the news that were announced for Master Duel coming this week. Very exciting. We've got a couple of announcements, which are pretty cool. We have, well, I mean, we have a small ban list update with Gandora X, the Dragon of Demolition, coming back from the ban list. Now, one in chat, if you also did not know this card was on the ban list, because I didn't. I had no idea this card was even on the list at all. I did not know that. So probably not relevant. Probably good that it comes back. And I believe it was because of some FTK that they had in the OCG, I think. But I have no idea, really. I think they changed the text for the TCG, and that's why it wasn't relevant. I have no idea. But Silva is kind of scary. And ironically, I didn't really hate the way that they addressed Dark World in Master Duel by just banning Silva, because it technically doesn't really impact the deck's consistency or anything like that. It just gets rid of the hand loop that you can do with Ceruli. But I mean, I personally don't remember the last time I played against Dark World, so I can't really say it doesn't deserve some help. I really, like, it's hard to justify that card being banned, I feel like. Of course, in theory, it's scary, right? In theory, that's a scary card to come off the ban list, but in reality, it's like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Dark World is really gonna... I don't know if Dark World is one Silva away from tearing apart Master Duel or something, but yeah. The more exciting news about this is that we're getting a new selection pack and 2 new secret packs with some of these new cards. We don't have the full list yet in the in-game announcement, but the cards that they have announced are the Flame Swordsman support, the Shining Sarcophagus archetype, including Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction, which I think was Legacy of Destruction for us in the TCG. Nightmare Apprentice, which was also, I think, was that No, that was Legacy of Destruction as well. Nightmare Apprentice, huge boost to all the Illusion, Chimera type decks. That is a huge card, it really is. Madolche, which is a cool archetype. It's not really taken off in the TCG at all, but I mean, we'll see if anyone finds anything with it in Master Duel. It's a cool deck for sure, and the support is good. And then something that is very cool for me is Melodious. That's a deck that I brought to German Nationals this year, and I thought it was very, very fun. So I'm very happy that we're getting these cards, and it's been a while. We've been waiting for these a long time. I mean, the same is true for Nightmare Apprentice, I guess. That's also been, like, we've been waiting for that a while. So, with those new cards, there's going to be one new selection pack that you can find all of them together. And then I think the Illusion is going to get its own secret pack that you can pull the entire Illusion stuff from, and Chimera and stuff. And then there's going to be a Sugar, a Sugar secret pack, combining, it looks like, Nemleria and Madolche into one secret pack. We're gonna have to see on Thursday whether it's worth more whether it's better to open the selection pack or whether it's better to go for the individual secret packs. I'm guessing it depends on whether you still need the Chimera cards. Like, I can imagine if you still need the Chimera cards, it could be worth opening this pack if you want to play that deck rather than this one. But we'll have to wait and see. Can you check the link in the pinned comment? Give me a second. But yeah, we'll be opening this pack on Thursday. We'll definitely be playing Melodious. This might also finally be my opportunity to play the King Sarcophagus deck, the Shining Sarcophagus rather. I don't know. Did I say King Sarcophagus earlier? Shining Sarcophagus. I haven't played this deck at all yet, even though I do have the cards, but I just haven't gotten around. Dude, there's too many archetypes I want to try in the TCG. So maybe this is finally a chance to take a look at the Shining Sarcophagus deck. I don't think it's going to be super meta relevant, but it could be fun to play around with a little bit. And we've got obviously Nightmare Apprentice is also huge. So I'm looking forward to this, and we're gonna try it out this Thursday. All right. So that is the Master Duel news. What is this? Okay, what is this FTK? Is this another FTK? Hold up. Okay, so their name is Delicious Rice Dragon God. Okay. Let me see what they say. They're playing Balakti FTK. Isn't this we don't even have this card in the TCG, do we? Yeah, we don't have that. What does it do? Hold up. I didn't even know it was a legal card. Give me a second. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand by attributing 3 monsters whose original names are Slifer, Obelisk, and Winged Dragon of Ra. This card's special summon cannot be negated. The player that's okay. Oh, okay. It just wins you the game. It just wins you the game. Okay. All right. So how do we summon these 3 guys? I'm trying to think. We have, I guess the trap cards might do it. Tribute summon. So Monster Reborn reuse. Wait, can you reborn these? Can you reborn Obelisk the Tormentor? Oh yeah, it can just be. They can just be special summoned. But they would die at the end of the turn. Yes, for some reason in my head, I was like, these can't be special summons, so there needs to be some other way to cheat them out. But yeah, they can't just be Monster Reborn. So how does this deck loop Monster Reborn? I guess you can reborn one of them. You can Dugaris the other one. You can theoretically Zombie Vampire one. If you get... No, Zombie Vampire? Yeah, you can, I think. You cannot reborn Ra. So if we cannot reborn Ra, we gotta sphere mode it? We gotta... Okay, I think I see it. I think I see it. So this card says they have to have the original name. So you cannot go Phantom of Chaos to copy Ra. But what you can do is you can Phantom of Chaos copy Sphere Mode, and then you contribute because you then have Sphere Mode's effect, you contribute Sphere Mode to summon Ra, right? I don't think the plan is to just tribute summon Ra. I mean, you could, but I don't think that's what you're doing. So I think what this deck tries to do is just mill the entire deck, then go Daigusto Emerald to put the Ra back into the deck because you can't special it from the graveyard. And then you go Phantom of Chaos, copy Sphere Mode, which is going to be in your graveyard because you milled it. And then you're going to tribute it to summon out the Ra, and then you're going to get the Holacti somehow from your graveyard or deck. Why not just Arrow Shark? Look, okay, at this point, we are way past the point of... we are way past the point of trying to optimize this deck, okay? Like, they're playing Holacti FTK not because it's the best version of the deck, it's because they want to do it, all right? Like, that is not what we're looking for right now, okay? We're not trying to criticize their deck building. I was just gonna try and see how that worked and if it's funny or not. But like they were on a mission to enter a tournament. I think they entered the oh wait, doesn't it say it in that? Yeah, they entered the YCS. They entered the YCS and went 3-2. I think. Yeah, they won round 1, they won round 2, lost round 3, won round 4, and lost round 5. So they had a positive win rate in best of 1, to be fair. It is best of 1, the YCS Japan. They had a positive win rate with Holacti FTK, I guess. What's the plan for going second? Well, I mean, look at this deck. You just spam going second. Like, what do you mean? You're just trying to spam everything going second. Either you attack them or you do the same thing that you were going to do going first. Like, you just activate Horus cards, Lightsworn cards, and try to get there. What do you mean? You got Talents, you got Thrust, you got Horus cards. This deck has some pushes, right? I mean, I've played against this deck in Master Duel, not with Holacti, of course, but with, like, other FTKs, and, like, it's still scary when it goes second sometimes. Because you just full send, right? You just mill a bunch, activate Talents, Thrust. You can still lose to this going second, depending on how strong your deck is going first. So it's not that bad. But all right. Obviously, it is more of a gimmick, but it is funny. All right. All right. Let's get into some of the content for today. As I was giving you guys updates for on Twitter, I did play a regional this weekend. My entry packs were good. It was a good start to the day. I pulled a Deception. and 2 ultra rares in my entry packs. It was a good start to the day, and then it went downhill from there relatively quickly. Well, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. I won round 1 against Heroes, and then I lost round 2 to Tenpai and round 3 to White Forest Toy Box stuff, because they kept opening Toy Box plus White Forest cards. That was very hard to beat. Anyways, I started 1 and 2, and then I ended up finishing 5 and 3, which obviously wasn't as good as I hoped for, but I still figured we would go over it. So the way I want to do this is I want to try like something along the lines of a live deck profile, where you guys get to ask me questions along the way, or we're going to discuss my thought process in building the deck. As I said last week, I was going to try Centurion at this regional, because I think this deck is pretty fun. I've been having a great time in Master Duel with it as well. And I just like the concept of this deck in this format. I like the concept of this deck because this deck is pretty good into Molcharmy Fuvalos. It's very good into Molcharmy Perulia. It does not get completely destroyed by Dimension Shifter. And a lot of other cards that really dominate the format right now are not as bad into this deck than they are into other decks. Like, for example, Different Dimension Ground is not terrible against this deck. Even Dimensional Barrier, even though this deck is quite synchro focused, even Dimensional Barrier is surprisingly less of an issue than it is than you would think, because you can very easily just set up your stuff and synchro summon on the opponent's turn with the field spell, and it genuinely is fine. But yeah, so like that's what I valued about this deck, is that it seemed very it seemed rather immune to variance, right? Like you wouldn't lose to those super powerful random cards as often as you would with other decks. And in return, I was happy to accept the fact that it did have a lower ceiling than some of the other combo decks in the format. But that was the reason why I played it, and I want to walk you through some of my deck choices for the weekend. Let me see if this is better. Yeah, okay. So obviously, if you're playing Centurion right now, you're probably gonna always play 3 Trudea and 3 Primeras as your normal summon starters. You're going to play 1 Atri, which is really, I feel like with this new version of the deck, this card has kind of become the heart and soul of it, because this card allows you to draw a card, an extra card every turn once you're set up, which I think is what makes this deck really, like, I think with the new level 8 Synchro, being able to set up an Emblema card in your graveyard every time when you get to play, this is what takes this deck from being like kind of fair, low ceiling, to a deck that will outgrind most decks in the format as long as it gets to play, right? Like that is, I think, I think this deck is now powerful enough to compete with other decks when it combos. And then we play 1 Gargoyle. I hate Gargoyle with a passion, and I do not know if I would play this again, even though I know everyone considers this card standard. I'll talk about this in a moment, why I like looking back at it, I wanted to try this, and I have some ideas on how you could improve this deck, and why maybe some of these cards that are cute to make your combos even stronger might not be necessary. But for now, I played Gargoyle because I considered it standard, but I was very annoyed by the fact that I played it. You always play 3 Emblema, you always play 3 stand-ups, and you play 1 Terraforming, and I played 1 Wake Up. The same thing with Wake Up applies also for Gargoyle. This card is very, very good if you get to activate it. However, more than half the time when I draw this card, I am not able to activate it. And whenever I'm able to search it, I feel like I'm already playing the game, and I could also be winning without it. So I'm actually not sure if this is a card that I would be playing moving forward. But I'll walk you through the entire list and then talk about some of the things that I noticed playing it for the first time in this format, because it was the first time that I played in this new TCG format, like IRL. I haven't played a tournament before this regionals. I played 1 Phalanx, not 2, and I also played no Bond. The reason for this is because I genuinely believe that this deck's biggest issue is the one-offs. Like, I feel like for a deck that for a deck with a relatively low ceiling compared to other decks in the format, that relies very heavily on drawing non-engine, this deck has like an absurd amount of one-ofs that are all not terrible to draw, but you really don't want to, right? Like those cards include Atri, Gargoyle, Wake Up, Phalanx, Bonds. All those cards are not the end of the world if you draw them, but it still feels like you would really not, you'd like not to draw those. And that is a big weakness because this deck's like the power level of this deck goes down so drastically if you draw 2 or 3 of those cards. Even 1 can sometimes ruin your day. 1 is typically fine because you can discard 1 off the field spell if you have access to it. But drawing multiples of these or multiple normal summons or that kind of stuff really messes this deck up. This deck really thrives when it draws, like, I don't know, 2 engine, 3 non-engine hands, and then like these cards really ruin the math on that. But yeah, so I did decide to play the Bestial package. It was a consideration for me to take this out, even though I love those cards. You know I love the I love the Bestial package. I think the grind game that this deck gets from these cards is honestly insane. I want to say I won more games this weekend by just playing Bestial hand trap control than actually resolving my Centurion combo, and that is something that I'm going to take into consideration when I make some suggestions for how to maybe adjust the deck moving forward, because I think the amount of times I full comboed with this deck, maybe once or twice. Maybe once or twice, because everyone is playing hand traps. This deck is not super likely to push through hand traps. So the majority of the times, I would genuinely just like do the thing where I sit on like my normal summon gets stopped. I use a Lubellion to get Magnamood. I link off my normal summon into a Link 1. I activate the Bestial Magnamood to banish my normal summon from the graveyard. I bring back Lubellion. I place Regained. I make SP. I banish 1 card from my graveyard to draw a card. And I pass with SP, Regained, and some hand traps. Right? That was literally what I did more often than actually performing the full Centurion combo for 2 reasons. Or 3 reasons. 3 reasons why I didn't get to full combo with Centurion. Either I got stopped and I didn't have the possibility to push through my opponent's hand traps, or I didn't want to, because there was a couple of games where I got against Tenpai. They Mold Charmid and Fuva lost me, and I was like, okay, I don't really want to push into that. I don't want to full combo into both of those, right? Like I can just play the hand trap game against those kind of setups, and that's also fine. Or do a weaker version of the combo, right? That gives them less draws off of Fuva loss. B, I didn't even draw a starter. That happened a decent amount of the time. Like in my last round, I opened no starter game 1 and game 2, so I got cooked real quick by Ubel, even though I won the dice roll. So I went first both games, but I opened no starter game 1. Well, game 2 I had Prosperity as my only starter, and that got ashed, so technically not a full break, but still annoying. And then the third reason why I didn't full combo is because sometimes my hands were so awkward that I couldn't really full combo, because I drew Atri, Phalanx, Gargoyle, that kind of stuff. Like sometimes I had some awkward hands that didn't really do a proper full combo without like being super weird. But yeah, that's my engine. And I played 1 Prosperity because I wanted the deck to be consistent. I wanted to add another engine piece that isn't like that doesn't clog as much, right? I was considering cards like Bonfire as well, which is an extra copy of Trudea, but I didn't want to draw too many normal summons too many times. So I decided to play Prosperity because this card can be whatever I want it to be, right? It can be a normal summon, it can be an extender in Emblema or stand-up or terraforming, it can be the Bestial package. That's why I like Prosperity, in theory. So this is 25 cards, which leaves room for, I played 40 cards. It left room for 15 hand traps. The hand traps I decided to go with are just 3 copies of each of these. I played Ash, Ogre, Mourner, Veiler, and Imperm. My philosophy with this deck was essentially I just wanted to stop my opponent as early as possible, and I did not want them to get to any sort of like half board, right? I didn't want my opponent to be able to do half of their combo or anything like that, right? Sadly, this deck can't play any of the Dominus cards because you have lights and darks in there. I would have loved for that to be possible. There's a few things I want to mention in regards to the hand traps, because what you're going to notice later is that I did not play Fuvalos. I did not play Molcharmy Fuvalos even in the side deck, and that's not because I didn't have access to it. That's because I think in this deck it's not correct. And that is also the same reasoning why I didn't play Droll Lockbird or Nibiru the Primal Being, because all of those cards rely on your opponent to, or like allow your opponent to kind of cook for a while. You let your opponent, if you drop a Fuvalos on your opponent, you want to let them play, right? You want to let the Snake Eye Ash go through so they can do some stuff with it. You want to let the Diabellstar go through so they can use some, they can do the Deception to go into their extra deck. And I don't want to allow my opponents those things, right? I don't want to allow my opponent to get that far in order to, like, because if my opponent gets that far, even if I get 2 draws off of Fuvalos, Centurion is not very good at breaking through half of the board, right? If the if I stop the Fire King opponent from making the full board, instead they only make half of the board because I Fuvalos them, I'm still not beating that. Centurion does not really push through boards very well, so I can't allow my opponent to set up half a board. And that's also why I decided to take out Nibiru, because Nibiru in theory is fine. The reason I didn't play Nibiru is because of the popularity of Tenpai. I played against 3 Tenpais, and I think Nibiru is terrible against it. So I wanted to just max out on all of these because they're all very, very solid in the main deck. I'm siding more hand traps for going second in the side deck. For the main, I felt like 15 and 40 was fine. I mean, technically it's 18 because I have 3 Bystials as well, which actually do function as hand traps a lot of the times. But I think this is fine. But we'll talk more about that approach when we get to the side deck. And I also have prepared, like, I've prepared a pile of some cards that I was thinking about that we can talk about in a moment that I decided not to play, right? Including Fuvalos. That we're also going to go over this in a while. In case you want some input, in case you want to play Centurion yourself, we can go over some of the other ideas that I had afterwards. Okay, extra deck is relatively standard, I think. There's 2 Primera Primus. There is 2 Blazers, obviously, 2 Legatias, and 1 Auxilla. This should, I think, in my opinion, this should be the standard for every Centurion deck. The reason why it should always be 2 Legatia, 1 Auxilla is because technically, in my opinion, drawing a card is better than searching a Centurion card in this deck. Because by default, when you're summoning a level 12 Synchro, you already have access to your engine. And once you are in your Centurion engine, you will stay in your Centurion engine, right? The Centurion deck is really good at keeping the engine going once you're in there. So there is really no need for a second Auxilla ever. You make the first Auxilla turn 1, search your missing piece, and once that's done, you just want to draw deeper into your deck, right? And then obviously there's a Crimson Dragon to go into the Blazar. No other targets for the Crimson Dragon. I always want to summon Blazar. I want to play the Blazar control game. No need to do any Supernova stuff or anything like that. Super unreliable. Chaos Angel is MVP. This pattern is really cool. No other synchros in here. I played SP and IP. I never made IP. SP is super important though. I think for me personally, it's mandatory to play both Almirage and Artemis. The reason for this is quite simple. It's for the play that I mentioned earlier, where you open one of your normal summons and a Bystial Lubellion. The way I like to play those hands, if my normal summon gets stopped, I like to, whichever normal summon I make, I like to link it off into either of these 2. Then I want a Lubellion for Magnamut. I want to be able to banish whichever one of these 2 from the graveyard to summon the Magnamut, to bring back out the Lubellion, to get my Regained, and then I want to make SP to draw a card off of Regained. But because you don't know which of the 2 you start with, you need a link 1 for both cases. Luckily, there is a link 1 for both cases, Almirage for Trodea and Artemis for Primera, but I do believe that you need both link 1s because you don't know which one you're going to start with and which one gets stopped, right? And so that's why I chose to play both link 1s, and the last one is one Typhon. I didn't really miss anything. I guess while we're at the extra deck, we can talk about some options that I thought about. One of which actually would have come in handy in one of the games. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I don't know where I put them. Yeah, here they are. Okay, so these there were only 3 cards that I was seriously considering to be in place of maybe the IP Masquerena. One of them is Seals, because with some Bestials and Atri being a dragon and Auxilla being a dragon, it can theoretically come up. Another one that I think is hilarious that I haven't seen anyone play it. I thought about it the day before. I decided against it because I thought it was a little niche, but I actually could have done it once during the tournament and it would have been crazy. Is Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon. Now, the reason why you can do this is because this thing needs a dragon tuner and a non-tuner dragon. So Atri is a dragon tuner. So you can summon this against Tenpai in the battle phase sometimes, and they just can't do anything. It's very, very funny. You can even summon it in the you could even summon it in what's it called, in main phase 1, and then they might not be able to go into their battle phase because they would be cooked. It's a very niche option, but Tenpai is a very popular deck, and you could theoretically set it up relatively easily. As long as you can get to your Atri setup plus Bestials, then you can do it. It's very, very funny. And then we have... I thought about playing this guy. I think he's really cool, but I think he's too niche, ultimately. He's basically the Super Heavy Samurai. It's 4,000 defense. If your opponent activates a spell or a trap, you can draw until you have 3 cards in hand. This card is obviously very, very good when you play hand trap back and forth games because you use your hand traps and then you draw back up to 3 cards. Didn't really miss it, but I thought it was a cute idea, maybe. Yeah, so that's the extra deck. I don't think there's too much to be done here, honestly. I noticed I never needed IP Masquerena, and I also never made the second Primera Primus. But yeah. Please unban mine. Thank you for the 22 months. Please never. All right, so that's the extra deck. And now the side deck, I think, is where the most interesting stuff happened. Because like I said, I decided against siding Molcharmi Fuvolos for the reasons we've already talked about. My approach instead was I sided 3 Perulias. Now, the reason why, in my opinion, Perulia is different than Fuvolos in this deck is because with Perulia, it doesn't require your opponent to go into the extra deck, right? Like, the whole plan of my deck is to stop my opponent from playing very early on and stop them from going into the extra deck, right? And so this lets me interact with my opponent very early still, and the more they want to push, the more I draw and the more hand traps I can find to stop them early. For example, this card, if you activate Perulia and your opponent normal summons Snake Eye Ash, you can actually imperm the Snake Eye Ash without feeling bad about it, right? You see how if your opponent has Snake Eye Ash, if you draw imperm Fuvolos, that's a weird situation. Whereas if you draw Perulia imperm, there's no problem at all, right? Like I just Perulia, they normal summon Snake Eye Ash, I imperm it, and if they want to keep pushing with a Diabell Star or something like that, I will still draw more cards off of my Perulia. Whereas with the Fuvolos, I'm kind of required to let my opponent cook a little bit, which I don't want. If I have imperm Fuvolos, I don't want to let the Snake Eye Ash go through. I don't want to let the Poplar go through and yada yada yada. You see what I mean? That's why I thought Perulia was a great card for this concept, and I thought Fuvolos genuinely, I don't think it belongs into a deck like this one where you want to stop your opponent. I think Fuvolos is at its best, and don't get me wrong, Fuvolos is a crazy card. I just think you have to think about where you play it. I think Fuvolos is at its best when you're playing a deck that has a very strong engine that can push through some stuff, right? Like if you use Fuvolos and nothing else, and your opponent decides to pass on like a half board with like IP into SP possibilities, maybe some Fire King cards as potential, right? Maybe a rank 8 or something play on your turn, right? Centurion can't push through that, but something like Yubel or Fire King or Snake Eye, those can push through those things. So in those decks, I would still play Fuvolos. But in a deck that realistically has maybe 1 or 2 pushes, you can't allow your opponent to get this far even. So I that's why I played these cards instead. And I'm happy to report that I drew driver 0 times. I'm happy to report I did not draw driver all day, and these cards were crazy for me because I whenever I drew these, they put in hella work. So the I actually never drew gamma. I only drew delta, but delta is the one that negates spell cards. And the plan for this, basically, depending on the matchup, you can do different things with it, but you can obviously stop powerful cards like Nightmare Throne or Nightmare Pain against Yubel. You can stop my plan against the Azamina engine was to hit the Hollow Azamina. You don't want to hit the continuous spell, the Deception, because this does not work on a card effect. This only works on a card activation. So you would have to use it before they even have to tribute for cost. So what you would rather do is let them activate the Deception, let them pay for cost, let them search the fusion spell, and then you just delta the fusion spell, and then it's in the graveyard, and nothing happened, right? So you've just traded +1. So the idea, basically, and why I think this deck is good against fire specifically, which I didn't play against a single fire, but most of the starters in the fire decks these days, or not most of them, but a lot of them actually have to play. They have to pay 2 cards to get a play, right? If they go Dia Bellstar, they're investing 2 cards out of their hand to get a play. If they're using Deception, they're investing 2 cards out of their hand to get a play. If they're using 1-for-1, they're investing 2 cards to get a play. The only cards that give them a play with 1 card only is Bonfire and Snake Eye Ash, and technically Poplar. So what you do is, if you simply have enough hand traps, you simply stop those 2-for-1. Like you essentially don't even go minus when you're using hand traps, right? And so that's what I really wanted to do. I wanted to have a lot of these 1-to-1 hand traps, because then I would be trading very favorably with Snake Eyes, because all of their plays require multiple investments to play, right? And so essentially, after siding, I will have all of these hand traps in my deck. Purulia will refill my hand the more they push. The more they push, the more cards I'll draw, the higher my chances will be to see those cards, and I just want to stop them from playing completely, right? That is the idea, and I didn't think that Fuvolas had a place in this sort of scenario. Where I noticed that this approach is not very good, depending on which deck you play against, right? This was a meta call for decks like Snake Eye and Yubel. But, for example, one of the rounds that I lost, I played against a deck that is actually quite good into this sort of thing, was Toy Box White Forest, right? Like, I noticed that it really depends what you're playing against, how good these one-on-one hand traps are, right? Because I played against that deck, and when they opened, what's it called? They opened Toy Box plus a normal summon plus LZ in game 3, and it's like, well, at that point, my hand traps, they trade very poorly into those kind of cards, right? Like, I was just not stopping that with, I drew 3 hand traps, and it's still, like, they still ended on some sort of board that I couldn't play through, which I don't think a fire deck would have done that, like, genuinely. I opened, like, it was Valor, Ogre, Ash, I think, and they still were able to play, because they had double Toy Box. Like, I Ogred Toy Box, they activate another Toy Box, and that thing's not once per turn. So that screwed me up. But yeah, that was the hand trap approach for this deck. I played 3 Cosmics because that card is phenomenal right now. It's good against, going first, it's good against almost any deck, because even the combo decks like Yubel and Fire King, they play with their continuous cards. Really good in the Centurion Mirror Match, even useful against Tenpai, can counter random floodgates that people side all the time. Speaking of, I still played the deck lockdowns and the There Can Be Only One. These cards are good. Yeah, not much to say. Like, whenever you draw these cards, you typically win the game, even if you get stopped. So there's no reason not to play these, especially when, like, against like Tenpai, I had some games that were very, very funny. They went first, activated Heat Wave, and I was like, okay, Field Spell, place Primera, Emblema, place Tradea, activate Deck Lockdown, your turn. Those kind of things. Deck Lockdown is crazy. There Can Be Only One is also crazy. So I played him. So that's the side deck. And yeah, I think the approach for this deck is fine. To like basic, I mean, look, when you, I think in this format, if you're a hand trap deck, you gotta embrace the fact that you're a hand trap deck. Like you just gotta focus on, playing the most efficient hand traps, as many as possible, not letting your opponent really, not really letting your opponent even get into their combos, because that's the problem with decks like Yubel and Snake Eye, is once you let them cook for a little, most of their cards generate so much advantage that you won't be able to keep up, especially not in the long run. Like you let them cook for a little bit, and that one Snake Eye Ash turns into like 5 or 6 cards, and you just can't let that happen with decks like these, right? So I focused on as many hand traps as possible to stop them in their tracks. Yeah. So as far as my learnings go from this deck, I actually quite liked it. Just so that none of you make the same mistake, I came from Master Duel. I've played this deck mostly in Master Duel, right? Where the deck is slightly different, of course. But there was my first loss of the day was in round number 2 to Tenpai. And the reason why I lost, game 1, I lost because I went first. I got full, I got the full setup with they draw face, Mold Charmid, and Fuva lost me. Purulia and Fuva lost me. And I got the full setup without giving them a single card. Because I just didn't normal summon. I opened the field spell, I placed the Primera, and I played a field spell, placed Trudea, blah, Primera, blah. I got full setup without normal summoning. And I had like a hand trap in hand or something, and a Bestial. So I got like regained and all that kind of stuff. No, I didn't get regained because I decided not to summon the Bestial. Anyways, the reason I lost is because on their turn, I did something that I haven't really... It's an interaction that you need to encounter for the first time to really understand or to be aware of it. Because what I usually do on my opponent's turn in Master Duel is when I summon out my Centurions, I do Chainlink 1 Primera, Chainlink 2 stand-up to play around something like, I don't know, Ash Blossom or Ghost Ogre on the Primera. And something happened that I didn't really encounter ever in Master Duel, because what they did was they impulsed my field spell, and then I lost because I couldn't make Chaos Angel, because my plan was to summon Druis Worm, make Chaos Angel, banish their field spell, and then Druis Worm can send the Chandra to the graveyard, and the game would have been over on the spot, because I knew all the cards they had, except for that one unknown. And so I went Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2 stand-up, and then they impulsed my stand-up, and I was like, you know what? I'm glad that happened today at a regional, because I learned that now. And sometimes, dude, sometimes you just gotta go to a tournament and you learn by losing. It is what it is. It's fine. So that's why I lost that game to Tenpai. I don't know if I would have won the match otherwise, because that was game 1. And I lost the match. But that game, I definitely would have won. I learned the hard way, but sometimes that is the only way to learn. Sometimes you gotta learn the hard way. It's fine. Because I'm very used from Master Duel to play around other cards than in the TCG. So now I learned, okay, with Stand Up and Centurion, play around Impulse. Yeah, definitely. So that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. That's why I went to the regional, to learn the new format, and that's okay. So that was, like I said, Tenpai was my first loss, where I definitely misplayed. Then I lost to the White Forest Toy Box deck, which and then in the last round I couldn't even play. So overall, that was my experience with the deck. And I think if I was gonna continue playing Centurion, which I'm still considering it, even though my performance with it wasn't the greatest, but I do think I would want to make some changes. And for that, let's talk about some of the cards that I thought about and elected not to play. We've already talked about my reasoning to not play Nibiru, Droll, and Molcharmi Fuvalos, I didn't play Retaliating Sea, but that was mainly for side deck patterns and space reasons, because I'm already siding in these cards for going second. And if you look at my main deck, you can actually, like, there's not that much I can side out for going second. There's not, I cannot side all of those in for going second. And I think those cards were better than this card overall, right? Because, I mean, this is very good against Deception, but this card is always good, even if they don't start with Deception. You can, like, against Fire King, if they just go for the Fire King Sanctuary, you can just Delta the Fire King Sanctuary, and then they won't get to their Fire King cards, which is really neat. And I just didn't have room to also put in Retaliating Sea, but it's a good card in my opinion in this format. Other things that I was thinking about. And now hear me out, I was thinking about making this deck bigger. Because, like I said earlier, my biggest issue with this deck is drawing these cards. Regained sometimes is annoying. Phalanx, Wake Up, and if you play Bonds too. These cards are what annoys me about this deck, because I'm playing a very fair deck, and I want to draw as much non-engine as possible, but I still want to make sure I can see a starter, or maybe even an extender. And it really messes up my hands if I draw too many of these cards. That is why I cut them down a little bit, right? I cut down one Phalanx, I cut the Bonds, but I still drew them a decent amount. And I was thinking about doing something that people did in Dragon Link back in the day. Anyone remember Dragon Link techniques to avoid this problem? Because it had a very similar problem with cards like Boot Sector Launch, Dragon Ravine, and all that kind of stuff, right? They had the problem where you don't want to draw those cards. Your deck is significantly better if you don't draw those cards. And so I thought, like, okay, well, you have a 40 card deck, which is like, you have your engine here, you have your non-engine here, and then you have some of your engine requirements up here, right? So what you can do theoretically is, if you can add more cards to your engine and more cards to your non-engine in the same amounts, you would end up with a deck that is slightly better because you draw these cards less often. So you're like, yeah, diluting, I think is the right word. You're diluting the amount of times you draw these cards, right? And so, like, more hand traps is theoretically possible, right? You can look into main decking cards like Droll Lockbird or Nibiru just to have more hand traps. You can go higher in hand traps, or even maybe play more Bestials if you think they're good in the format, stuff like that. You do have the option to play some more non-engine in this deck. That is available to you, right? So I thought about doing that. And then for the engine side, there's obviously the possibility to play more engine as well, because Bonfire gives you more copies of your normal summons, for example. So I was sitting here on Saturday night and I was messing around with some of the numbers, and I was genuinely considering turning up to the tournament with like a 46 card version of the deck or something, which just had like some Bonfires and some more hand traps, so I would draw these cards less often. I had like 40, 47, 48 cards in this list at some point on Saturday. The reason I decided against it, and that is not to say that that was correct. Maybe it was better if I did that. The reason why I did not do that was because I felt like there was some individual cards in the deck that I really wanted to draw. And because they are like, Bonfire is not the same quality as some of the other cards in the deck. And that is mainly these 10. The Field Spell, Emblema, and Lubellion, I think are very, very important cards because they are not normal summon reliant. They give you pushes without normal summoning, and I thought that was very valuable. And I did not want to reduce my chances of seeing these cards, because Stand Up, Emblema, Terraforming, those cards are what make you play through interruptions because you have more pushes. Lubellion gets you into the grind game and all that kind of stuff. So I thought these cards were really, really important, but I just wanted to bring up the idea. And maybe it is something worth trying. If you encounter a lot of games that you lose because you draw Wake Up or you draw Atri or you draw Gargoyle, I think it's worth mentioning that I think you can push this deck up a little bit in terms of the deck count, and you won't lose that much consistency because you can add some more starters and some more hand traps. I didn't do that, but I think it's worth a consideration, and I wanted to bring up the concept because maybe you can take away something from it. Even for other decks, this is something that can work. in other decks as well. And I think the possibility of going over 40 is something that sometimes should be considered more often. I also don't do it very much. Most of the time I play decks that are 40 or close to it, but it was a genuine consideration for this deck. These cards are obviously an option. I just want to say my experience with this deck, it was that I did not miss the second Phalanx the entire day. And I missed Bonds once. I acknowledge the fact that both of these cards are good, but I simply did not want to increase the count of these cards over here. I already lost games due to drawing. Like in my last round of Swiss, game 1, I opened Wake Up and Phalanx. Game 2, I opened, I think, Atri Gargoyle, and then next turn I drew Wake Up. Like, I'm aware that that is unlucky and not super likely, but I think the fact that it even can happen with a deck like this is super annoying. And so I wanted to reduce the amount of times I would draw these cards. Yo, Biohazard, thank you for the 10 subs. That is very generous of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I will even allow the disruption of my deck profile for it. All right. Yeah. That's that. Other things. I considered a Kashtira package over the Bestial package. And I think this is a good showcase of some good theory. The fact that the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because there was a I think there was a Centurion list that won a regional without the Bestial cards, and it played some Fenrir's and some Wraithsoth and a set rotation instead. And I was talking to, I think it was Nesh. I think I was talking to Nesh on Saturday, and Nesh said, hey, if you're playing Centurion and you're just hand trapping back and forth with your opponent, why don't you play Fenrir? Because Fenrir is like really good when you're playing a hand trap back and forth. And at first, I thought that made sense. I took the Bestials out for a while on Saturday and messed around with it. Because I felt like, you know what, Fenrir is also really, really strong in like hand trap back and forth games. That is true. But then I thought about it a little bit more, and then I realized I don't actually think it's true that Fenrir is better than Lubellion in hand trap games. Because, like I said, we're talking about the scenario where both me and my opponent are hand trapping each other back and forth, and the argument is like, oh, Fenrir is really good in those games. Like, that's true. In my opinion, though, Lubellion is insane in those kind of games. Like, imagine this very simple example, which actually comes up a lot when you're playing this deck, is you draw a normal summon, and you draw one of these. Let's say you draw, let's just compare them by a simple example, right? Let's just compare. You draw a normal summon plus Lubellion, or a normal summon plus Fenrir, right? Like, look at the difference in the plays that you would make. In the case of these two, you would special Fenrir, you would normal summon, you would get hand trapped, and you would essentially pass the turn over with Fenrir plus Primera. You've gone +2 because you get a Fenrir search and they lose the hand trap, so they will have 5 cards in hand, and you have a Fenrir and a Fenrir follow-up. It's not bad. It is good in those game states. But if you compare that to the other option, right? Like, in this case, you start with Primera. Let's say you get ashed. You use Lubellion. You grab Magna. You link off the Primera into the Artemis. You summon Magnamut by banishing the Primera. You activate Magna. You bring back Lubellion by tributing the Magna. You place Regained. And then you make SP Little Knight. And then you use SP Little Knight on the Artemis. Trigger the Regained, put the Artemis back into your deck, and draw a card from the Regained, right? So, and then in the end phase, you get a Magnamut search for Druis Worm or Baldrake. Probably Druis Worm, right? And so, in my opinion, if you directly compare these two situations, I think the SP Regained Druis Worm random draw gives me so much of a higher chance of winning that hand trap grind game. I think this setup is way stronger than the Fenrir setup, and that's why I decided to play the Bestials instead. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if anything, the Bestials the Bystials did more work than the Centurion cards. I'm not gonna lie. Like the Bystials were crazy good for me. I think the Bystial hand trap control approach was definitely correct. So, but I wanted to bring it up because I like talking about some of these options that I went through in deck building, just to showcase that I do, you know, I do think about these things and I want to give you guys my opinion on them. I don't think these cards are bad at all. I don't think these cards are bad at all. They are good. So now that I've shown you my deck and I've talked through some of the thought process that went into it, I guess, whether you're into Centurion or not, I guess we can talk about some questions. We might as well take advantage of the fact that this is live right now. It's a live deck profile. So what about you ask me some stuff that you want to know about this deck? Side patterns. Okay, side patterns are relatively simple. When you go first, I'm not going to be able to tell you side patterns for every single matchup, but when you go first, the only thing I've ever sided throughout the entire day is obviously these 7 cards. You never touch these cards when you go first. Depending on the matchup, obviously in some matchups these cards won't come in if you don't think they're good. But stuff that going first, I have never taken out even a slight bit of engine. Never touch your engine when you go first. Going first, I only took out hand traps, and obviously that will depend on the matchup. In some matchups, if one of those cards is not very good, like Mourner, I will take out all of the copies. Against Tenpai, there is 2 things that I did throughout the day that I think are worth considering. Depending on what you see from their deck in game 1, and that is, it's not easy to super simplify this and tell you always do this, always do that. If you see them on Lightning Storm, I like siding out Infinite Impermanence because that will just die to Lightning Storm. If you don't see them on any kind of breakers though, what I like to do is side out some of the hand traps that'll die to Shifter. Like that is Veiler and Ghost Ogre. If these cards are if they are on Shifter and no board breakers, then I like siding out some amount of hand traps that would lose to Dimension Shifter, because both of these cards have to go to the graveyard, and that is not great, right? So that is that. I think going first with this deck is relatively easy, though. You just switch around your non-engine. For going second is definitely more interesting, because going second you have to usually side upwards of 8 cards. Just a small hint, do not side Cosmic Cyclone versus Fire King when you're going second. With the same logic as earlier, you don't want them to have a Fire King Island on their board. If they have a Fire King Island on their board and a setup with it, you probably lose the game anyways, even if you have Cosmic, because your deck will not push through their combo. Even if you Cosmic the field spell, they will still have the stuff that revives from the graveyard, Garunix, Promethean Princess. If you let them get that far, Centurion will not break their board. So Cosmic going second against Fire King in this deck does not make sense. It can make sense in other decks. In this one, it doesn't. So usually going second, I would side in these 8 cards in almost any matchup, honestly. Almost any matchup. And what I would do is going second, I would always take out Pot of Prosperity. I would take out some amount of Bystials, and that very much depends on the matchup. And I would also very often actually side out a bunch of these 1-ofs. Because my theory is that going second, if I hand trap my opponent, it doesn't matter if I get to full combo, right? Like, I don't need to draw an extra card with Atri. If I already hand trap them, and I can play, and I can make my synchros and all that kind of stuff, I don't need Atri to win the game. And I also don't need the fancy wake-up combo to win the game. And I probably also don't need Phalanx to revive Primera Primus or something to win the game. So those were all cards that I sided out a lot of times, because I simply didn't feel like it was necessary going second, because I stopped my opponent, I resolved my Primera, I can win the game with the old-fashioned Centurion combos, right? Literally, the stuff we're doing in Master Duel is what I was doing going second. Like, there's no Atri in Master Duel, and we don't play Wake Up in Master Duel, so like that's what I was doing after siding when I went second. I did not want these cards in my hand ever. So those are options for side outs going second. And then with the Bystial package, it just depends. on whether Bystials are good in the matchup or not. Genuinely, there were matchups where going second, all 7 of these go out. All 7. It depends. If, like, for example, you play against, there's some people playing Fire King, Snake Eye without any of the Azamina cards, you can take out all 7 Bystials. If you think Bystials are good in a matchup, if you think Bystials are really good in a matchup, you could keep all of them, but I would still suggest you take out at least 2 Lubellion, because Lubellion is not a hand trap going second. I like keeping 1 with Regained, so that you can access it via Magnamute, for example. You can still get the Lubellion and the Regain and get your grind game going that way. But so this is pretty much the maximum thing that I would keep in when I go second. But if Bystials are not great in the matchup, you can also do the full 7, or you can keep like just Magna Druis. I did that a couple times too. Like I just had Magna Druis just to apply some pressure and some pluses, but I sided out all the others a decent amount of the time. So those are the cards that you side out from. And sometimes as well, if I wanted to keep a higher Bystial count, I sided out like a normal summon, a Trudea or Primera, depending on which one you think is better in the matchup. And typically I like to side out Trudea more than Primera, because Primera is a tuner, so it extends better with Bystials and stuff like that. And then obviously it goes without saying, but if any of the hand traps suck in a certain matchup, then you would also take that one out instead. Like if you're playing against Fluandereeze, you take out Ghost Mourner, for example. That there's no point, right? So but that goes without saying, right? I don't have to explain that. How often did you go into time playing no time cards? Seems rough. I went into time 0 times with this deck. This deck plays very fast games, I think, most of the time, because you simplify the game very, very early, and you can tell right from the get-go, usually, whether a game is winnable or not. Like, if your opponent pushes through your hand traps, you can look at your hand and be like, you know what, I'm not breaking your board, we can just go next. And if you stop your opponent, then their turns are usually rather quick as well. Because, like, okay, you just Valor that, Imperm that, pass, you know, that kind of thing. So I did not go into time a single time. Have you considered playing Shifter? I considered it for a moment. I will say that I think if you wanted to play Shifter in this deck, you would probably have to adjust it a little bit. The annoying thing about Shifter is that it actually, like, in some ways, this deck can play under Shifter, but in some other ways, it is also more annoying than you would think. For example, if you were to play Shifter, you do have to consider that Ghost Ogre is dead, Valor is dead under Shifter, Stand Up does not work under Shifter because it has to go to the graveyard. Lubellion has to go to the graveyard, and by extension, Primera also is not a starter anymore, because if you open Primera, the standard combo line for the 1-card combo is to grab Stand Up, and Stand Up doesn't work under Shifter, so you lose a lot of potential starters under Shifter, right? Like, Trudea still works, because with Trudea, what you can do is you start with Trudea, Trudea plays Primera, Primera in this case can search Wake Up, which is activatable because you have Trudea in the spell trap zone, so you can play like that. But if you start with just Primera, you won't have anything in the spell trap zone, so Wake Up cannot be activated. So you could play Shifter in this deck, but I think you'd have to change it up a little bit. Maybe you would play Bonfire. Like maybe you would play some Bonfires and one less Primera so that you can start with Trudea more often, that kind of stuff. But I don't think, yeah, I don't think that's it. Can you talk about end boards? Okay, so theoretically, if you don't get interrupted, which only happened once or twice, your end board would look something like this. Let's just assume no Bystials, because they will obviously change how you do it. But let's say you open, let me walk you through this real quick. You open Trudea. You would go Trudea, place Primera, special Primera. Here you have 2 options. You can either go for Wake Up or you can go for the Field Spell. They both work. Let's just go, let's say Wake Up, get a level 4 token. You would make Primera Primus. Primera Primus can get you Emblema Oath. Emblema Oath will place Atri. Atri will summon out, draw you a card. So you would be back on 5 cards in hand. And then you would go into Auxilla, and then Auxilla gets you the field spell. You can also, yeah, you can get the, you can do it with field spell earlier, but for the end board, it doesn't make a difference. In some other cases, it can make a difference. So you go field spell, plays Gargoyle, Wake Up, send Phalanx, and then you summon out the Gargoyle as a level 4. And then in order to play around Nibiru, field spell earlier, better into Improm level 12. Yeah, just for the end board, the order doesn't matter. But I think in order to sequence better into hand traps, it's better to go field spell first. But if you do this, what you would do is you would go into the end phase now, because then your opponent would be forced to Nibiru immediately, which if they Nibiru here, you can still use Phalanx to bring back your Auxilla. And then you still have the setup for Crimson Dragon next turn. And the reason why you can go into the end phase is because what you will do in the end phase is you will Phalanx, bring back the Primus, and then you can simply trigger the field spell to make the Crimson Dragon in the end phase. And then still tag out into Crimson Dragon, into the Blazar. I've seen some people say that you want to go... you can also go Legacia here, which is true. You can do that. I think I prefer the Blazar. You used Emblema? Yeah, but I don't have the Atri on the board right now. I don't have Atri on the field. Emblema only locks you into Centurions while you control a card with that name. So this is typically the end board that you get from one card. So one card will get you... Oh, and this still places. This will place an Atri. So what this end board does, essentially, is you would still have 5 cards in hand, which if you're a god gamer, you know... that's your hand right now, right? So one card combo gives you a draw, an Omni, these set up in the spell trap zone, which on your opponent's turn, you discard it for the field spell, right? So okay, fair enough. On your opponent's turn, you draw Atri, then you draw the second Veiler, of course. Trudea, and you can make, if you don't have any Bestials, you would make another Crimson into another Blazar, so you have 2 Omnis and whichever non-engine you've drawn, right? That's the way. And just to show very quickly why it doesn't matter, for the sequencing, it's probably better to grab the field spell first, just for completion's sake. Just for completion's sake, quickly, Trudea, Primera, field spell, plays Gargoyle, summon out as level 4. Make Primera Primus. Chaining 1 Primus, chaining 2 Gargoyle. Add Oath, special Atri. Draw a card. Make your Auxilla, and now the Auxilla searches the Wake Up. And then you go Wake Up, make a token. Wake Up's then in the graveyard. There's a token. And then Wake Up sends the Phalanx. And then we are in basically the same spot as before. We are basically in the same spot as before, because now we can proceed to the end phase. In the end phase, Phalanx effect, bring back the Primus, and there you go, right? So, just for the sake of the end board, it doesn't matter if you search with the Primera in this case. It doesn't matter if you search the Wake Up or the field spell, but yeah. In reality, in reality, I want to say a few things. In theory, I think this deck, or like playing Wake Up, Gargoyle, and all that kind of stuff, I think in theory, when you look at all the lines that it can do if it goes uninterrupted, I think it's ideal. I did notice that, as it always is with Yu-Gi-Oh though, as it always is with Yu-Gi-Oh, I felt like the practice was a little bit different than the theory, because a lot of the times I didn't actually full combo. Like, I got to search the Wake Up Centurion very, very few times. The Gargoyle, like, yes, in some of the combo lines you can do some cool stuff because you summon it from the spell trap zone, it goes back into your hand, you can summon it out later and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, all that is cool. Never did that a single time. Never a single time did I use Gargoyle to extend further after adding it back from the graveyard. I searched Wake Up Centurion once the entire day because it's not a very good card otherwise. One Phalanx, I think, is completely enough. And majority of the times, I was even thinking about searching it instead of sending it with Wake Up because it was safer. So that if I get hand trapped later on, I still have at least a Phalanx already set up to interrupt my opponent. I don't know. I feel like with this deck, maybe a version of it that plays less bricks and is better in a grind game would be better, but I'm not exactly sure how that would look. One thing that I thought about, I don't even have him here right now, but one card that I keep thinking about whenever I'm playing this deck is I keep missing Emmet, because in my mind, the reason why I like Emmet is because whenever I draw Emmet, it's actually a good discard for my field spell. Because if I discard Emmet for my field spell, and then my Primera gets impermed or ashed or whatever, right? Then I still have a great play on my opponent's turn. Right? Whereas Gargoyle does not offer any of that. Like, yes, if I'm resolving my combos, Emmet is better. Gargoyle is better. But if I'm not resolving my combos, Emmet is better. Because if let's say you draw a very realistic hand for this deck is like you draw 2 to 3 hand traps, arbitrary ones. You draw a normal summon, and you draw one of these kind of wacky cards. Like, there's so much of a difference whether this last card in your hand is Gargoyle or if it's Emmet. Because this hand, as it is on screen right now, is basically complete garbage if your opponent has one hand trap. Because I'm going to normal summon Shudea, I get hand trap, I pass the turn. Yes, I might be able to hand trap them and stop them, but they will probably run over my Shudea, and I have a very small chance of winning the game. Because I'm not, I mean, what am I going to draw into? Like, okay, I can top deck a 1-card combo, but even then, if they can set up 1 SP or something, I lose, right? So, if this was Emmet, you could, on the opponent's, you wouldn't combo on turn 1, but if this was Emmet, on the opponent's turn, you could push the Trodea into the spell trap zone, put out an Emmet, which is maybe harder to out because it's 3000 defense, and I have guaranteed follow-up because I've pushed the Trodea into my spell and trap zone. And if you start with the field spell, it's even better, because then if it's a Primera, you can even synchro on the opponent's turn and stuff like that. So I think Emmet is one of those cards that seems weaker in theory, but might be better in practice than Gargoyle. And it's a card that I haven't played in a long time. Yeah. On the other hand, if you start field spell, get ashed on Primera, you can use Gargoyle to still play. I mean, but you also play... Don't you realize that you also play with Emmet in that case, just on the opponent's turn? Like, your example, right? Your example is this hand. Gargoyle, stand up, and this, right? And now let me walk you through why I think it's incorrect. What you're saying is like, if this is your hand, right? And you start with stand up, first difference is you have to discard a hand trap. You have to discard a hand trap, which is already, it feels bad, right? You have to pitch a hand trap to place Primera. You summon the Primera, you get ashed. Okay. You can send the field spell for Gargoyle. It'll be summoned as a level 8. You will make a level 12 synchro. what are you gonna do if like you don't have the field spell anymore? Like your setups are not great here. Yeah, I know you can. I understand that you can make Auxilla, but like this doesn't really get you very much. You can play field spell again. Okay. All right. Auxilla for the field spell again. Gargoyle back in hand. What do you have? What do you have? End phase, Auxilla effect, plays Primera. On the opponent's turn, no synchro, nothing. You've created 0 interaction. You've even discarded a hand trap. So you wouldn't even search the stand-up. You would probably search the phalanx in this case. You wouldn't even search the other field spell. You would have this. Surely make Gargoyle level 4, make Primus. You can't make Gargoyle level 4 when you summon it from your hand. That's not how it works. That's you can't do that. So what I'm saying is, if this card was Emmet instead, I'll show you what I'm proposing. I'll show you what I mean. If Emmet is here instead, I don't know where my Emmet is. I'm sorry, but stand up, pitch Emmet, plays Primera, special Primera, and it gets ashed. Okay, fine. It gets ashed. We pass. What we have now, in my opinion, is infinitely better than what we had in the other one. Because on the opponent's turn now, Emmet has a graveyard effect to return, place the Primera back here. Then you summon the Primera back out. You go Chainlink 1 stand up, Chainlink 2 Primera, play around Impulse, everybody. You get to make Auxilla or probably Legacia on the opponent's turn. Draw another card, pop another card, search with Primera for guaranteed follow-up, and you got to keep all 3 of your non-engine in your opening hands. This is better. This is better than the other scenario, 100%, because you got to keep your non-engine in hand, you get another draw from this, you have the field spell still enabled, you have a synchro on your opponent's turn, the Primera searches your follow-up. Emmet is better in hand trap games, period. Emmet is better in hand trap games. My argument is that if you're not interrupted, I don't think it matters that much whether you play Gargoyle or Emmet. Like, yes, if the only thing that's annoying about Emmet is that it can't, if you summon it out from the spell trap zone, it cannot be a level 4. It cannot be a level 4, which Gargoyle can't. So when you do a fancy combo and you place Emmet instead of Gargoyle, you can't make Primera Primus for the full setup. So that is something that'd be very annoying, personally. Real ones see this example and be like, yeah, I'm not playing Centurion. Yeah, nah, I don't think that's very real at all. Can't you play both? I mean, you can. You can, but I think that is, what's it called? I don't think that's the solution, right? Because I have a problem with drawing this card. It's just that what I'm trying to say is, I think when you're looking at cards like Wake Up and Gargoyle and Atri and all that kind of stuff, they are very good cards. They are definitely very, very good cards. But you got to ask yourself the question, do I want my deck to be better if it's not interrupted at all? Or do I want my deck to be better when everyone is throwing hand traps around? Which I think in the format we're in right now, I think hand traps are being thrown around very aggressively. So I'm leaning towards, I would probably try to tone down this deck a little bit and make it more resilient to hand traps rather than try to play the fancy version and try to make full combos happen. And you know. Because I just realized I didn't do these things very often this weekend. But I mean, I only played one tournament with 7 rounds. I'm not saying that's the definite better way to play Centurion. I'm just giving you guys some food for thought. Can't you full combo with Emmet? So your full combo, if you are not playing Gargoyle, is a little awkward. It depends. I don't know if it's fine if you still have Wake Up, but I'll show you at which point it's weird, right? Because from the combo I showed you earlier, Trudea places Primera, Primera summons, searches stand up places Gargoyle in the standard combo here, and Gargoyle summons out as a level 4 to make Primera Primus. The problem is that Emeth cannot choose its level. Emeth has to be a level 8 here. So your full combo with Emeth in this case would just have to be Auxilla and Auxilla and what's it called? Search the trap card, which is the old. That is the old full combo, quote unquote, right? That be the old full combo. The only thing you could do differently, but it also won't quite work out. You could go Trudea, place Primera, summon Primera, search Wake Up, because that can be a level 4. Then you can make your Primera Primus here, but then it'll also, I'm pretty sure that will also encounter a problem, because Primera Primus would search you Emblema. Emblema would send Atri. Atri would be summoned as a level 4, draw a card, then you would make Auxilla, and normally, right, you go here, grab the field spell, place whichever one you still have, and normally, here's the thing, normally you go Wake Up, send Phalanx, and then you also want this to be a level 4, right? You also want this to be a level 4, which is awkward. Because then you have, if this is Emeth, this is 8 and 8. You can't make that. Set the field spell with Emblema, but how's that different? Doesn't really make a difference for the combo. What do you think about Sengenjin? I thought about Sengenjin too. I think one of the biggest issues with Centurion and playing extenders is the fact that, quite simply, you have no idea what extender you need. And this is a problem. The problem is that you have 2 different normal summons, which both do your full combo. You probably try to play both at max most of the time. And the type of extender that you need is different depending on which one you start with. If you start with Trudea and you get Impermed, you need a tuner extender. If you start with Primera and you get stopped, you need a non-tuner extender. And that is the most frustrating thing about this deck, kind of. That you don't know exactly, like, you have room to play extenders in this deck. You could make it more combo heavy, but the problem is you do not know exactly how to extend, quote unquote, right? Because there's 2 different lines that require 2 different extenders, and it's difficult, right? The only extender that I think is good in both cases so far is, I mean, obviously Oath or Field Spell is good in both cases, but Lubellion I think is good in both cases, and that's why I'm playing Lubellion, because of the line that I showed you earlier, where if you like, even if you don't have it matching, the SP regain play I think is good enough. And that's why Lubellion is my preferred way to extend, because obviously if you start with Primera and that gets hand trapped and you have Sengenjin, great, right? Insane, very nice. If you start with Trudea though and that gets Impermed and you have a Sengenjin, that doesn't really do anything. Like, that doesn't really do anything. You pay 2,000 life points, so you die easier, and you can make an SP, but you're not getting the extra Bestial, you're not getting the regain, you're not getting the draw. Like, you're missing so many cards compared to that. Isn't Atri a tuner and a not tuner at the same time? Yes, Atri is. But how are you, like, tell me more cards on how I can access Atri in this situation. Right, but tell me how I access more. Like, I'm already playing all the stand-ups, all the emblemas and all that kind of stuff to access something like Atri in this case. You don't have in-engine extenders in this case. There's the Centurion doesn't have more in-engine extenders than what we're already playing. Right? So that's why it's difficult. Set rotation and chicken game. Set rotation, that's a consideration. You could try to play that. Not impossible. But then you're giving your opponent a chicken game, which they can use next turn to draw a free card, which is not ideal either. So yeah. By the way, This was relatively long. In case you're watching this on YouTube, I hope we were able to cut it down a little bit so it was better digestible. But I thought it was cool to do this live and have some questions and interactivity and all that kind of stuff to explain my choices better. I hope you liked it. Also, the people watching live, I hope it was insightful. And let me know what you think of the concept. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you watched it on YouTube. Let me know what you thought of it. And if you're trying Centurion, I hope this gave you some stuff to think about and some food for thought. That was ultimately the goal with this, because obviously I didn't do super well at the regional, but even then, that's the point of going to these kind of tournaments, is to learn and take away something from it. And even if it's just as simple as, in the TCG, make sure that your stand-up does not get Dominus Impulse. If that's the only thing you learned, you still learned something, you know? So, yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Dude, the impulse on stand-up moment was so it was so mind-blowingly obvious that was something to do in the TCG. I was like, damn, why did I never think of that? I'm struggling to win versus Centurion. Can you give some tips? I mean, the thing about Centurion is that it's at least game one, it's a relatively honest deck. Like, you will see, the engine doesn't produce that much. I think it's just really the ability of playing around hand traps and combining. Basically, it combines. You need to combine two skills, right? You need to combine the ability to play through hand traps, and you need to combine that with the ability of, like, playing through what's known, right? Because what kind of hand traps they have is usually not something you know. You just have to, like, look at how many cards do they have in hand, how many hand traps do they probably have, which, like, after a full combo of Centurion, if they have like 3 or 4 cards left in hand, chances are that 2 or 3 of those are hand traps. But you will know half of their interruptions, and the other half will usually be concealed in their hand. So you gotta just learn how to, I mean, I guess the easier part is to try and learn to play through the stuff that they do set up that you can see, right? You know, okay, there's a Blazar, and in the spell trap zone, they can summon another Blazar. How do I deal with that? And then you gotta, on top of that, also respect some hand traps in their hand. Is Cosmic still good versus this deck? Cosmic is very good against this deck, yes. Cosmic is both crazy going first and going second. Like, I can't tell you how many times I went first, I did some stuff, and then they Cosmic my field spell, and it was really annoying. Or when I won my Centurion mirror, I played a Centurion mirror in like rounds 5 or 6, and we were just stopping each other from playing Yu-Gi-Oh as hard as possible. And yeah. And I won game 3 literally off of the back of one Cosmic Cyclone, because they hand trapped me to death. And I just passed on a Cosmic, and they hard committed into the Cosmic, like with the field spell. Would you put Fuvolos in now after the event? Into this deck? No. I don't think this deck should be playing Fuvolos. I think Fuvolos goes into every single deck that has a strong engine that can push through some half boards. This deck cannot do that. If my opponent passes even on SP or IP into SP, my deck will not break it. Unless I have a very, very lucky hand. So I like to not play Fuvolos in this. Like, IP into SP is pretty much unbeatable unless you have Bestials. If you don't have Bestials, then you can't beat IP SP. So, like, you see why that's a problem, right? You see why that's a problem. So I think this was an interesting thing for me as well when I sat here on Saturday. And obviously, when I built my site deck, one of the first things I put into it was Fuvolos. And then I went through this journey on Saturday. I mean, journey in theory, of course, like thinking about this deck and stuff. And I was like, I like this card that everyone considers a staple right now. I don't feel like it belongs into this deck, right? Like, there's other decks that it definitely belongs into. It's a very good and powerful card, but this deck does not really that. By that same logic, would you cut Maxi and Master Duel for Centurion? No. The difference is that Maxi gives you the draws earlier and is also good when you go first, right? Like if you could back up a board with Voiceless, then it'd be different. But I think Maxi is more powerful than Voiceless to the point that, you know. It seemed a bit complex. I'm unfamiliar with the synchro mechanic. I don't think I would call Centurion complex. I think you'll get the hang of it. If you of course if you see anything for the very first time, it'll be a little overwhelming. But I think Centurion is also a great entry point for newer players. It's not that complex. Isn't it worth turn skipping some super combo decks? See, the thing is, there's not many decks in the format right now that get turn skipped by Voiceless. No matter how much the people that are doom posting would like to make you believe that Voiceless is as good as Maxi, Voiceless is not even close to that. There is, like, if you look at, I have the spreadsheet open in the background. If you look at this breakdown here, the only deck, and when I say the only deck, I mean the only deck that gets turn skipped by Voiceless is Yubel. That is the only deck in this entire pie chart of like 15, 20 different decks that actually gets turn skipped by Voiceless. Tenpai obviously doesn't give a shit about Voiceless. Snake Eyes, Ritual Beast, hello. Okay, Ritual Beast. One of the two Ritual Beast players gets turn skipped by Voiceless, sure. Tenpai doesn't care. Snake Eyes will do like exactly what I said earlier. Snake Eyes will do like a half board with like Temple, IP into SP, that kind of thing. Maybe you get 1 or 2 draws from it and they will still end on like 2, 3, 4 disruptions. You can't beat that. Fire King has very solid lines into Voiceless because you can access your Fire King, the entire Fire King portion of the deck without really going into your extra deck. So you can like summon, once again, you can summon once from the extra deck into like an IP, or maybe twice if you want to make a rank 8 or something like that. And the rest of it is all just dumping some Fire King cards into the graveyard. So that deck you will not beat after Voiceless. Yubel is the only deck that is bad into Voiceless so far. Centurion is not bad into Voiceless. Labyrinth doesn't care. Memento I think is okay. I'm not super familiar with Memento lines. I mean, Flu, whatever. Mermail, I'm not sure how big of a deal Voiceless is against Mermail. Probably good, but Mermail is not very much represented. Rescue Ace is good against Voiceless. The point stands. You can definitely not beat the boards that Snake Eye and Fire King and Centurion make under Voiceless with your Centurion deck. So you need to stop them earlier. So yeah. Snake Eye Fire King doesn't care how many cards you have in hand. I mean, against Centurion, you could also unironically do that, but I don't think you would. Like, in theory, you're right. If the Fire King player just does the full combo, like full combo, against Centurion specifically, it would probably be fine. Because no matter how many cards I draw with my Centurion deck, I will still be limited to Normal Summon, Field Spell Place, Emblema, maybe Gargoyle from hand, and some Bestials. I don't have more plays than that. Right? I can't do more than that. So like I'm pretty sure like even if they give me 10 extra cards, I can't break it. But the problem is that if they go for their full combo, I will keep drawing more and more hand traps, right? So like eventually I will be able to stop this and stop that and stop this and stop that. So I wouldn't recommend it. I think still, even if you're going against a deck with low ceiling, you would still try to make the half board, right? Because why give the deck with a lower ceiling more hand traps as you go, right? Why didn't you play Crossout for going first if the deck is weak to hand traps? I'm playing Centurion right now. I find it hard to play without it. You could play Crossout for going first. I wouldn't hate it. I just feel like I mean, you would basically replace the deck lockdowns with it, right? Which is fine. You could do that, yeah. Did you draw driver? No. I didn't side driver as often. Out of the 8 rounds, I played against 3 tenpais. So I only sided the sci-frame stuff in 5 rounds. But I did not draw driver the entire day. I'm happy to report. I drew Gargoyle and Wake Up like a freaking champion, though. Like it's my freaking job. I drew Wake Up and Gargoyle. It was crazy. I hate Gargoyle, man. What use has Delta going second? Is it better than just playing the insect that macros the field? We talked about that earlier for a moment, the comparison between Retaliating Sea and Delta. My main reasons to play Delta over Retaliating Sea are that I think Delta is more flexible. You can side it in more matchups. For example, against Yubel, Retaliating Sea won't really do anything, whereas the Gamma and Delta package definitely are good. You can side, even against Centurion, you could side Delta, you know, Delta the field spell or something like that. It's fine. But, and like against Fire King, if they don't go for the Azamina cards, Delta is also better because you can just Delta the Fire King Sanctuary, so they won't get the Fire King access that they want. So like, I think it's just more flexible. But Retaliating Sea is also good if you're playing against the Azamina decks. You can access this spreadsheet by just going ! Spreadsheet. We have a command for it if you want to look into some of these decks yourself. Are we looking at the YCS results? I was going to take a quick look at it, but I'm going to be honest with you. There is like... even though I do kind of like this format, I genuinely, when I played the regional, I was sitting there, I was like, you know what? This format isn't that bad. I wish I didn't have a freaking Gargoyle in my hand right now. But, like, despite the format being fine, in my opinion, I feel like there is currently not as much development, and I feel like there's no better way to showcase this than to look at what deck... Hello? To look at which deck won the YCS, because, dude, YCS, I'm probably gonna say it wrong, Guayaquil was won by Landon Oliver with Azamina Snake Eye Fire King, which is, I'm pretty sure it's the exact same deck by the exact same player, which is crazy, by the way, that won the previous one. Like Landon Oliver won, I think, YCS Niagara Falls with the same list. Like back-to-back YCS win with the same deck, which is crazy. But yeah, this is essentially the deck to beat, right? This is essentially the deck to beat in the current format. I don't know if the side deck is also the same. Also played side frames, by the way. But yeah, this is the deck that won YCS in Guayaquil. But yeah, the rest, I mean, there's some things worth pointing out. Snake Eyes did really well, of course. Tenpai did well. Fire Kings are here. Boyger, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, it's just a relatively diverse format, I think, with Snake Eyes and Fire King Snake Eyes still being definitely at the top, but not as much movement. Like so far, I feel like there hasn't really been a crazy discovery for this format, right? It's just been the decks that everyone was expecting and everyone knows were good and all that kind of stuff, and so that's been performing. I see an Exodia deck top tier. That's probably just like some floodgating stuff going on again. But if we look at the breakdowns for the current week as well, it's Tenpai is the most topping deck, which I think there was a very big regional in Paris in France, which had Tenpai as the most represented deck. So yeah, the format is already solved. I wouldn't say that. I think the way I would put it is I think the foundation of the format is pretty clear. It seems like the community agrees on which kind of decks are viable right now. It's like everyone knows and understands, like, okay, Tenpai is very good. Snake Eye, both Pure and Fire King are very strong. Yubel is playable, but is the most risky deck into the non-engine that people play, which is a lot of Fuvalos and stuff like that. So Yubel has been fallen off. Centurion and Labyrinth are the ones that come after this because they are more mid-rangey, but they are good into the non-engine that people are playing. So that's why they are represented, right? And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that everyone knows can perform, but is definitely not the best. And so that's kind of what we're working with right now. I think that is something that you could consider solved, right? The position in the format is pretty clear for most of those decks. But I think what isn't solved is if you go to a tournament right now, what is actually the best approach? What is the best deck? Because one thing, for example, that you see down here is that all of the tournaments that make up this chart at the top here, you see that Tenpai is the most topping deck, is like the deck that topped the most of those tournaments, but has less wins than the fire decks, right? Like out of these tournaments, 36% were won by Pure Snake Eye and 27% were won by Fire King. Only 9%, a single tournament, has been won by Tenpai. So maybe that is something worth looking into. Maybe it depends on what your approach is. Do you just want to top a regional to get your invite? Then maybe Tenpai is your deck to go. But if you want to, it looks like if you want to take it all the way and maybe win a tournament, then you might have to go the fire route. So like, I think everyone is pretty much in agreement on which decks are viable or not, but I think what you ultimately play for a tournament is still very much up for debate, right? So like, because if the format was solved, at least in my opinion, for me personally, if the format was solved, I would already know what I would be playing for the YCS, and I don't. I have no idea. I have no idea yet what I'm going to play for the YCS because there's a bunch of decks that seem viable, but I still have to like figure out for myself which of them is actually the best because they all have advantages and disadvantages. There's no deck that is perfect right now. So yeah, why did Runic decks drop from representation? Runic combo decks are not good at the moment because they are usually not great into Fuvalos. They are usually into the current decks. They are not good going second, like against Snake Eye and Fire King with very little non-engine. You're probably not winning. Yubel, same thing. So like, I think they're like playable, but they're simply worse than most other decks in the format. So now it's a diverse format. I mean, are you looking at the same graphic? Would you disagree that it's not a diverse format? It's pretty diverse in my opinion. Like, for example, you see here that Snake Eyes and Fire King are very, very highly represented. I didn't play against any at my regional this weekend. I went through 8 rounds of Swiss without seeing a single Snake Eye deck. I played against 3 Tenpai, 1 Yubel, 1 Centurion, 1 Hero. How many is that? 6? 1 White Forest. I don't even remember the last one. I wrote it down. I tweeted it. Was it 4 Tenpais maybe? White Forest. Oh, Memento. I played against Memento. Yeah. Yeah, so I feel like at the moment it's diverse. Runic Stun used to be way more popular 2 to 3 months ago in terms of topping results. Oh, you're referring to Runic Stun. Okay, well, you have to say that, dude. You can't just say Runic decks to me and expect me to tell you where Runic Stun is, dude. I don't know, man. That is not my field of expertise. All right. So next up in the upcoming days in terms of TCG content, because I finally got around to actually playing the format, which is it's criminally late as usual, but there's still a couple weeks until the YCS. But I plan on making some content about the current TCG format for YouTube as well. We're going to talk about some of the non-engine cards. We're also going to we also have the 2017 we'll have the 2017 recap as well in the upcoming days. So there's some content planned for all of this. But for now, let us hop into some Master Duel ranked new season, because I do want to make Master 1 earlier this season so we can start laddering earlier and not be too late again. Oh, we got an update. 1 GB. Well, we try to open Gargoyle a bit more today. I don't know, man. Oglio. Would you try Centurion hybrid decks with a small Centurion engine like some of the OCG does? I was thinking about that, but I don't know what the hybrid would be. Like, where do you play Centurion cards? And White Forest, I guess? I don't know. Super heavy? Ah, dude, I don't want to play super heavies. What do I even feel like playing this season? What do I feel like playing right now? We might do another Wheel of Decks stream tomorrow. I was thinking about that. Tenpai for a fast climb up. Oh, you know what we can do? Hold up. Yeah. No, I know what we can do. We can do something. Where's my what? Hold up. We can take a quick look. Speaking of Master Duel, this was also published over the weekend. Or Friday or something. Master Duel Rating Duel Season 34. These are the top performing decks from last month. And this caught me off guard because I was not expecting some of these decks. I'm gonna be honest with you. There is 3 Voiceless Voice in top 10. Why is, like, I know Voiceless Voice is solid, but is it like 30% in top 10? That is crazy. So Ritual Beast was first with a list that did not use Protoss. So we're gonna try that one. And we're also gonna try the Voiceless Voice. If there's a list, is there a list here? Okay, 43 cards with summon limit and judgment. This is funny. This is very funny. I don't know why Nib is here. I guess maybe to counter Ritual Beast. But you can definitely see a trend here. You can see a trend in these Voiceless Voice decks that I think is something that I noticed myself as well. Deck building has changed for Master Duel. It genuinely has. With the release of Tenpai, the amount of times you get to go first on ladder has significantly increased. Like, depending on which rank you are and depending on how much Tenpai you play against, it might genuinely be optimal to main deck cards like Solemn Judgment over Max C, like this player is doing here. Which normally, if you're just building a deck in a vacuum, I'd be saying like, that's crazy, like don't do that, right? But like, if you face against a lot of Tenpai, that might make sense, you know? Like, obviously, when we're starting to climb right now, we'll have to see how much Tenpai there is. But this feels like that might be their reasoning, right? That might be why this deck was able to perform, is because they just said, like, you know what? I have like 40% Tenpai matchups, so let me just auto win those. And I noticed the same thing. You guys remember on Tenpai release date, we were climbing with what freaking this abomination? Hold up. Where is it? Which one is it? This one? I had a positive win rate with this deck just because it farms Tenpai. The other matchups are kind of like whatever, but it beats Tenpai. And it's positive. So I think that's why these kind of decks are also able to perform. So two things I want to try today. I want to visit Voiceless Voice again. Because I'm not the biggest fan of Voiceless Voice. But because it's been putting up such great results, I want to revisit it a little bit. Maybe I'm underestimating it. And I also want to give a shot to this Ritual Beast deck without the Nemesis cards. There is no Protoss and no Colossus in this, which seems very fun and very based, and I'm all here for it. So, yeah. Let's give those decks a shot. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna update the Voiceless Voice list. We're gonna update the Voiceless Voice list. Now, I don't think in the early ranks it'd be smart to take out the maxis. So I'm gonna leave those in for now. What else are they using? They're using this guy for spell negations. They're using Extrav. They're using Extrav over Prosperity. They're also using Talents. No Cult by the Grave. And they're using some Floodgates and no Imperms as well. And no Ogres. I can get behind Talents and Extrav. This one is playing Extrav and Prosp. I probably like that. Look, it's for science purposes, okay? It is for science. We have to do it for science. Okay, so Extrav. Dude, they're not even adjusting their extra deck for Extrav. It's just 2 SPs. Why do they play Meteor Burst in this deck? Can they even make it? Why is there Meteor Burst? The Ritual summons it? Oh. Okay. Okay, Voiceless. And then we're gonna make a based version of Ritual Beast. Where is it? Ritual Beast. I'm gonna take out all the cringe cards. So we're taking out Flag, Protoss, Corridor, Colossus, and Banshee. Instead, they play Exciton Knight and Chidori, which I don't have. That's a problem. Wait, there's Skill Drain. Well, 4 signs. Talents. Prosperity, Inheritance. Yeah. They don't play Nib, I guess. No one plays Nib. They played Roll and Lockbird. What do we think about that? And they only played 2 Elders. Their list is 2 Droll and 2 Elder. Can that be correct? I'm gonna do 3 Elders, 1 Lockbird for now. And I have to craft Chidori somehow. Royal 1 time? Oh! Oh! When did that change? I haven't seen that before. Okay. So, how does it look if one gets a royal then? You just see it immediately? It even works on comments that way. Okay. Nice. New crafting system is in. So how does this work if I want to craft? Can we? Okay, let's try this for science purposes. How does this new feature work? How does that work? Batch generate? No. So if I want, let's say, a Royal Hugin, how does that work? Boost generate. Desired finish. Royal finish. So I can say how, okay. 90. Right? I'm not gonna waste more than that. So that's my limit. And it crafts until I get a royal or until the cost is reached. Well, great. What a great improvement. Sick. Love that for me. Okay, nice. Well, we've done that once. We'll never do it again. Okay, let's play this. Let's freestyle this ritual beast deck with without the Protoss. I'm sure that's not gonna go wrong. We were never carried by Protoss. Hello. For how long did they have to select that? Holy. An ash and a dream. Uh-oh. I liked the first set. I don't know how I feel about the other 4. I was happy when they set the first one. Now I'm scared. Okay. Well then. I feel like I want to search Elder, or maybe Lara is actually good to search. Lara, actually, it seems very good to search the new Lara. That guarantees me more... Like, more okay, well, I mean, I'm glad that you did that after. I'm very happy you decided to do this after I used my starter card. You're one of those people. Okay, I will ash your domain. What the hell is that? Oh, that is a Dynamorphia Solemn Strike. Oh, cool. Dynamorphia doesn't get enough hate. Yeah, probably. Look at my Apelio. Why is there an anti-spell on the board but an inheritance on yours? No questions right now. We're not taking questions from the class right now. None of your business. Your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters they control that have attack greater than or equal to your life points. Well, that kind of sucks. I want Lara. Don't try to attack into the Rex term. Why not? Why does he get smaller? Oh, inheritance. Right. Oh, we have a solemn judgment as well. Sick. We're playing the coin cost simulator today. How dope is that? So, well, I was just gonna make a Baguska with my normal summon, but I guess that's kind of out of the... Why can't I attack the Rex term? Why is that a terrible idea? His quick effect? Attack of all monsters become your life points. Yeah, okay. Well, shit. I don't play Goddess, unfortunately. Well, shit. What a cool deck. All we had to do was crash Winda, and then what? And then freaking what? What do you want to summon with Winda that makes any difference? I have 0 odds, I think, in my entire deck. I have 1 Imperm that I can set if I draw it. Oh, I have Skill Drain, right? Or Droll and Lockbird. Maybe SP last turn to banish Rex turn. Put Pedalfin in your list? No, you can't make me. Toxic Rain, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate that. An Ash and a Dream once again. Pretty sure I don't Ash Crimson Gaia. I think ashing this is fine. I get destroyed if they already have Bone Archfiend, right? I think I'll ash that. Excuse me? But this... What does this add? Gargoyle send stand-up? Okay. Hmm? Ah. Huh? Okay. Okay, okay. Pretty sure this is normal. Look, hey. I'm pretty sure that this is not normal, okay? Like, this is a lot of things, but it was not that was not normal behavior. No, Not normal whatsoever. Okay, this is tricky because I really need a starter, but I don't really want. I can't banish 6 cards in this deck. I can't do it. I'll banish these 2. And Apple? Yeah, I'll banish Apple. I don't think we need Apple in a simplified game state like this. Please give me a Ritual Beast. Please! I guess that works. I guess that works. Okay. Inheritance. Look at Lara. This summons from Graveyard. I think I'm gonna search Canahawk and discard Canahawk to revive it with Lara. I think that is my line. Back. Effect. Just don't impermanent. Please don't impermanent anything. That's fail. Oh, right. It's phalanx. Of course, I knew that. But that's fine. F. Okay. Well, we're not comboing this turn, but that's okay. Because they also, I don't know what they're doing. Banish this. Wait, no, we do. We can we combo? I can't draw with Talons. If I summon Rampingu, but Pingu alone is not combo, is it? I don't have Graveyard set up for it. I can't draw with Talons because I prosp, so I have to do this. Take a little look. Of course, yep. Perdea. Go on. Banish this. Send Lara that I have already used. Or win now. I have a banished Lara already. Make Nochi. Or just make Nochi attack. Attack. All right. I'm not feeling too bad about this though, because I'm gonna have 3 Ritual Beasts on the board and Steeds. Because the Phalanx is gonna give me back the Lara. And that is pretty good. Vanitas, I can't really argue with that. I can't really argue with that. It's just mostly I like Okay, they added one from deck instead of from graveyard. I will take this opportunity to use my call buy. I like Centurion more personally, but results-wise, yes, Voiceless is looking stronger right now. All right, weird game, but we got there. How good is Centurion in the TCG? It's solid. It's like, I would say like the 5th best deck right now, probably. But it's got some disadvantages and some advantages over the other decks. I like it. Once again, it's another month that starts with 3 lost coin flips in a row. Don't know how I feel about skill drain being in here. Ooh, my first maxi of the month resolved. It's a great month. The month of November is going to be nice. That's right. That's right. Play into it. Play into it. Oh my god, you're disgusting. Have you seen the YCS Japan final incident? I have no idea what you're talking about, no. I don't know what you're referring to. We'll keep that one for later. Okay. Well, that should be fine. Up. Let me go inheritance. Your SP. Okay. Brother hates inheritance with a burning passion. Okay, well, that's fine. I could look at hand right now, but I don't really need to. I could also just draw. Let me do this. I think I'll draw. Just take. I could also take. Yeah, I'll take your SP. Why not take? I mean, like, because I don't really have problems playing through it, but at the same time, all of the roads lead to victory. I can look at their hand just to make sure there's no like Valor or whatever or Ash, even though it wasn't Ash because they let my Maxi go through, but I think all of the options with talents win there. Four coin flips. This is no Nemesis version, yeah. They have decided to make this deck more based, and instead they're playing Skill Drain, and and they're replacing the Banshee line with Baguska. So very cool overall. Shireen! Let me maxi that. Okay. Oh my god, not this again. Not this again. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna draw a Droll and Lockbird eventually, was the good thing there. I think that's why they played Droll. Oh, maybe. Not a crazy thing to think. Goodbye. Yeah. Okay, what was that guy's plan? FTK? What were you doing? I'm curious. What were you doing? Not an FTK. Okay, the turtle is for Tenpai. The only I feel like they've not considered a certain thing with this card. It says during your opponent's battle phase, banish this card to end the battle phase. I don't know what Sangan the level 10 synchro has to say about that. Bro, there's Gragonith in here. All right. No, there was nothing crazy going on there. They were just trying to be a Lightsworn gamer. That was all. That is 5 for 5 lost coin flips. You love to see it. At least I'm drawing Max E every time. Golden turn, thank you for the 11 months. I'll chain Maxi here because they might draw an out to it, even though there's a chance they're not even playing a deck that's weak to it. Or they, okay, yep, I mean, sure. Chances are my my Maxi doesn't do any, yep, my Maxi does not do anything to them, but their shifter does nothing to me, so that's okay. I guess. Bro is a Fluanderies gamer, dude. It's got some serious Emra energy over here. Extravagance, Shifter, Robina? Okay, then. Well, Empen, Trap. Alright. Aura. Ooh. That's a sick extender. Let me start with this. Effect. Yeah. What great decks to lose the coin flips to today. Is it just me? Is it selective memory? Or do we have... Tell me it's not just me that we have losing coin flip streaks way more often than winning coin flip streaks. Like, I know we've had it before where I would just win a couple of coin flips in a row, but I feel like this is a, like, monthly, weekly occurrence that I just sit here and I can't start for, like, hours. Years, even. Oh, brother. What does this even mean? Okay. That's what I thought it meant, but I wasn't sure. No, not in standby. Ugh, man. The thing is, I know I can kill. Theoretically. Should we accept the challenge? My hand is good enough to kill, I know that. You could pass back, they don't have anything. It's a little risky. I'll try. I could also do one special summon, make Canahawk and search Steeds. Not the end of the world. Not the worst idea, I think. I might do that. They have Colossus now? No, they don't. They don't have a banished card still. I wish they did it in main phase. You can Baguska with 2 specials? Yeah, but I don't want to. Terror Drak, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you for the continued support. Much love. Okay, not that. Fish! That's annoying. Die, fish! Alright, sick. I'm about to get max seed back once again. Yep. Pass and chill? Yeah, dude, if they draw a 1-card starter, I'm dead. I think I have to play. Run it! One summon. 2 summons. Three summons, then that's game. Damage step to play around Imperm. Ah, nice. Okay. All right. Can we win coin flip number 7? Can't target anyways. You're right, but don't ruin the moment. Okay, we want a coin flip. We want a coin flip. It's time to break. No, never mind. Okay, sick. My hand is nice. They're playing 60 cards. Okay. Kinda hard. Hoppa. I don't know which one you summon here. I think I just want Tamer. It's Snake Eyes Tenpai. Well, that's a bold claim. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know. It could be. Can we make Colossus from Canhawk? Theoretically, yes. If you have something... if you have a Thunder effect that activates in hand. But this deck doesn't have that, so... I already have Pingu. So I just want more Tamers in rotation, I think. Banish this. Let me search Elder. I'll just full send it into Nib, to be honest with you. Like, I can still summon. I need to do this. No. still need a tamer. No, I can tag out into this as a tamer. I can still tag out into this as a beast. Oh, I can also still tag out into Elder. This deck looks more fun without the Nemesis stuff. It is. It is. Hawk. I can only tag out into Elder right now. Did you ever play this deck? No, I didn't play this deck back in the day. Unfortunately not. I feel like I should have gotten an extra body somewhere along the lines, because if I just make Baguska now, it kind of works, but I feel like this should have been an IP or another Canahawk search somewhere. Because if I make Canahawk now, I can't tag out anymore. I can only tag out into Elder right now. Oh. Okay, whatever. You're missing the extra body from the Nemesis package? Maybe. Maybe that's why I'm used to it. Yeah. All right, 60 cards. Let's see. It's Infernoids. Wait, we counter Infernoids. But this card is really good against. I don't want this. Ach, Mann. Uh, okay. Wait, what are they fusing? Fiend Fusion Monster. Two Infernoids. Okay. They're making evil? Yeah, but it's negated. I guess they can chain Snow now to dodge that. Then they will get an Infernoid spell trap. Yeah. They will have to banish all the Infernoids from their grave, pretty much. Alright, Link Karibo. So all that's left in the graveyard is a Piatti. They can get another Void Imagination, I guess, to fuse from the deck, but I don't really know what that accomplishes. I could destroy both my monsters to stop them completely. They would have one card left in hand, but I don't think that's worth it. Like, fusion summon your Tierra, whatever. That's a lot of Infernoids, though. I kind of want to Steeds now to stop SP from happening. I don't want to get SP'd on my Baguska right now. Does SP get them somewhere? I think it does. It banishes Baguska, and then they can bring back the Infernos from the graveyard, not negated. So I think it's, like, better this way. Ooh, is that the one that adds a banished fire monster? Yeah. It adds Air Maze. Summon Pure Maze. Now they can SP the Baguska. Oh no, Promet. Okay. I guess they can also just attack it. Where did Gen come from, dude? Okay, that's scary. What is happening? Bro. What? Now this even triggers, right? Yeah. Holy shit. I'm mostly worried about my my timer next turn. Like, I'm pretty sure I can play. But it negates monster effects. That certainly helps. All right, we're speedrunning. Lara. They have snow too as well. Problem is if I go battle phase, the Ken. Yeah. Virtual World, and we can play Virtual World next. Oh, Voiceless Voice, I mean. Oh, we got very high rolled. That's okay. Ritual Beast without Nemesis stuff feels too fair. I think a majority of the time it's good enough. It's not quite... I mean, I could have played my first turn better probably and had more interruptions, and then not everyone high rolls like that. So I think it's okay ultimately. Let us in. This hand was terrible going second, by the way. I'm glad we won that flip. That's all right, I guess. I could not ritual summon this turn at all. It is a possibility. It is a possibility. I could also give them one draw to get my Skull Guardian out nice and safely. But I'm considering... Ritual draw one should be worth. I mean, I get the Skull Guardian Omni either way, is the thing. I will get it on the opponent's turn either way, because if they summon, I get to do it with Blessing. But the thing is, if I do it now, I can Blessing into Soravis on their turn, which is also pretty good. Oh. Yeah, or Lightning Storm, yeah. There's a couple of arguments. During the end phase, add a ritual spell from your deck or grave to your hand. Probably do this. Okay. This isn't the virtual world you promised. Okay, I feel like there's a limit to how funny it is that I said virtual world instead of voiceless voice once. Like that's 5 minutes ago. I'd rather have an Omni than Saravis. This feels like Tenpai. Cosmic in Tenpai, really? I mean, it could be, but... Yeah, no, now it feels like Tenpai. This might be Tenpai, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, I think you're onto something. It actually, you know what? Yeah, it could be Tenpai. You never know, though. How pricey is Voiceless Voice? In Master Duel, I think it's unfortunately not cheap. This is an Ultra, this is an Ultra, Low is an Ultra, Saphira isn't... Yeah, it's a lot. It is not cheap at all. It's interesting they didn't increase the level, because that would have been scarier, because that would have threatened Black Rose Dragon. This doesn't threaten anything. So the situation right now is this can't be destroyed by battle, because it was summoned with this. Which is good. I can still pop with this. This can negate spell cards. So this will destroy 2 cards. This can destroy, this can negate spell cards. And when it does negate, if it negates a spell card, it'll summon out Odd Eye's Meteor Burst from the extra deck, which is really annoying for them to deal with. yeah, looking good, I think. And I think that's why Voiceless is like the deck of choice against Tenpai in some ways, is because it does actually beat like the normal Voiceless setup. Like the full setup is really strong against Tenpai. Okay, so I think it's fine. Wait, it doesn't destroy? Oh, it negates effect. Yeah, I did not know that. Yeah, and I get punished, yeah. Yeah. Black Rose? They don't even need Black Rose, right? They can just attack over this. Pop the Chundra. Guys. Trap summon Saravis soon. I don't think I need to do that right now, no. Or, wait. Do I? Because, like... and I guess they do now... I mean, if they just make the 10 now and battle... I think I lose because I made the mistake with the thing, but it's okay. But they can't attack this, right? They have to attack this because of my barrier. Like, even if they make the level 10 now and go battle phase, they have to crash into Skull Guardian. I still don't really see how it's a huge issue. Also, you guys need to realize that this is my first time playing voices against Tenpai. So like some of these interactions I just haven't encountered before. So that's why I'm messing things up, which is completely normal when you play a deck for the first time. Well, I think they have no choice. I think they have to Black Rose. I don't see a way out for them. I guess I do this anyways. Okay, that won't have a target, I think. Summon old man, then it does. No, I'm missing the ritual monster. I'm not missing the spell, guys. I'm missing the monster. Or not. Oh no, this adds from grave. Okay, I didn't note that either. Okay. Wait, pre-prep adds the monster from grave, but original prep adds the spell from grave. Okay, noted. Never punished? What? Punished for trying to learn? Okay. Look, we're the best. We drew summon limit. I want to start with low because it's better into... It feels better into max C, and it feels... it can't get ashed. In the case of Imperm, I have Seravis for both, so that wasn't really a difference, right? Oh wait, there's more! Aha. Okay. Well then, let me just set one innocent card to my back row and pass turn. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Ah, bro, come on. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do, chat? Dessert for Floodgate Andy? Shut up. No one likes people like you. Why is this in the main phase, all that? I guess play around Ash. It's fine. That's funny. Can we talk about how I'm finally winning coin flips and it's against Tenpai all the time? Can't have both. What is both? Win the coin flip and not play against Tenpai? That's both? Oh my god. This hand is missing a pre-preparation of rights. I'm feeling a pre-prep on top. Isn't prep dead? That was that was the joke. Yep. What kind of labyrinth brew is that? Trap tantalizing tune? Why max C now in case they want a special? They never want a special, right? Nah. They just set. Except when they draw that. Oh man. Now I can't even max C it because of this effect. I have to like use it now. They just chain it. Yeah, sick. My hand is good. Does this negate traps? No. I mean, while this is up, I can't do it anyways. This year, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. It's been going fine so far. I wouldn't say we have the luckiest day. And I'm playing decks that I'm not super used to yet. I'm still learning, so I've been making some mistakes, but it's fine overall. Problem is, even if I get out my Skull Guardian, I still can't use the Omni on the trap card because they have Lovely up. If I... What do I need to tribute? 2 fairies. Can I get a second fairy somehow? Not really, right? Which trap is it? I don't know. They haven't shown it. Thinking about going Linkaribo. Summon Skull Guardian. The trap could have done that. Yeah. We get targeting protection immediately. Yeah, but I don't think I don't think traps target most. Oh my god, okay. Spoke by that. Guess I'll save it. Why did they not reset the welcome lab after the punishment? I'm confused by that. They activated it this turn? Did they? I thought they big welcome. Oh no, they did. You're right. My bad. Ritual spell from deck or grave to hand. Can't do that right now. Yeah, you're right. They activated it this turn. I just remembered they discarded it turn 1, but they reset it. I forgot about that. What? Couldn't you make an old man into Seravis? Yes, I can, but Seravis is not very good against Labyrinth, and it would have given them an extra draw because I was under maxi. This makes low place the trap, but if I send low to ritual summon, it gives them a window to activate their big welcome without me able to negate it. I do not want the low to be off the field right now. Because yes, it would come back, but it would be off the field for a brief moment, enabling them to activate their thing. Also, I can make low place the trap regardless, because I have Link Karibo. I can tribute my low to get it into the graveyard and then perform a summon anyways. Like, I'm not dependent on my opponent for that. And now that I've used my Omni on the set card, I can do this. Did they just get a free welcome bounce? Even if it negates activation, big welcome does not work that way because it says use. I mean, yeah, you can't do anything in the battle phase. This can't die by battle. No. To be fair, I've forgotten this before as well. This is super easy to overlook. Do you think climbing diamond is worse than climbing master? What do you mean by that? What is worse? Well, my hand is pretty bad, but what, activate this? Because I could theoretically summon one of these two when they summon, right? I will. Can I? Okay, they're playing 60 cards. There's no way I get Lightning Stormed. There's no way I get Lightning Stormed. No shot. No. No. Mm-mm. They don't have it. This hand does not even really play in the next turn. I mean, it plays a little bit in the next turn. There can be only one Cooksue too. A little bit. Just a little bit. Jet Synchron! I'm about to ritual summon. Do I summon the... I think I summoned Pendulum Graph. They're both kind of good, but this negates spells. I'll summon this. Come forth, Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Saravis to negate a link. They can't link. I have summon limit. Mikanko! Well, that's kind of shit, isn't it? I don't want it to get bounced. Nah. Yeah. Hello. 2 is enough. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, I got 25 gems for that. Did you see that? 25 gems? I worked hard for those 25 gems. Oh, Tenpai! Tenpai spotted! A lot of normal summons. Oh. What this? I'm doing this because I don't want to get, like, maybe they're 46 cards. I'm confused, but like, what if it's shifter is what I'm thinking. Why not climb fast with Tenpai? No thank you. Don't troll me in 46, please. Oh, man. I have lost. Could have opened summon limit. True. This hand is very weird. If I start with this, then this is dead. If I start with this, then this is dead. Kind of the same thing though. This doesn't make sense here, I think. I think it's that. This deck seems good into... It's fine. This deck's good into Maxi. It's fine. I think for similar reasons, this deck is also better than people think it is in the TCG. I'm not saying it's great, but it's like, it's good into Fuvolas. It's also got some lines into Shifter. I'm being Omega owned by a random Lava Golem. And how's your day? So they just open game state called by, so my max C goes through. I have questions, but I don't think they will be answered. Yeah, look at my hand, dude. Look at the misery. Wait, the ritual spell? Okay, thank you. I have no idea what that was. Keep that goo. Yeah, we can look at it after. Remind me. I keep forgetting. Ooh, a good hand. You know what I find the most annoying about Voiceless Voice? Voiceless Voice feels like the kind of deck that should have a lot of room for non-engine, but it doesn't. And that's really annoying. No, I lost my Meteor Burst. That's okay. I'm prepping. Should rituals be in the extra deck instead of actual deck space? So what you're saying is, should they delete the fusion mechanic, the ritual mechanic, and just turn it into fusions? No, I don't think so. Shuffling 2 spells. I think I start with this. Oh wait, no, I have to include the ritual spell. Nope, I don't start with this. Why not Diviner? Because it's worse into Maxi. And it doesn't really do more than low. Saphira. Always Diviner over low. It's like the perfect way to prove that you haven't mastered a deck yet is if you think anything happens always over something else. As if there was never a reason to do something different. Row on Saphira. Okay, well, you know I have the ritual spell, so that's kind of weird. I have all my ritual monsters in hand, which is awkward. I mean, doesn't really get better than that, though. Old Man Effect would play into C? No, I can just summon Seravis and Skull Guardian and call it a day, right? Why not add the trap with barrier? I should have. I should have. Well, I lost my Meteor Burst. So that is something to consider. I should have had the trap. I don't know why I added a monster off barrier. This is also quite powerful to summon. I wish I had Blessing or the trap. I don't know why I did that. I guess I could Dynamondo to get one of the... maybe I should go Dynamondo. Why don't I summon this? Wait, but this was not properly summoned now. Wait. This was not properly summoned, so I can't Dynamondo it back. Ugh. Yeah, we can't go Dynamondo. Dynamondo kind of bad anyways. I think it would have been fine if I backed it up with this. But, I mean, we have a spell and an Omni Negate. It's probably not going to be enough. But. What do you enjoy more, Ritual Beast or Voiceless Voice? I think Ritual Beast is the cooler deck. Although I think its win condition is more cringe than the one of Voiceless Voice. Because I never feel like I'm winning off of the Ritual Beast engine. But the deck is more fun, I think. Didn't play that perfectly, but it seemed to have been enough. Why is there Into the Void? Why not? Look. No, you know what? I'm not gonna answer you that question. If you don't understand why I'm asking that question, then you should not know. Okay. Let us begin with Saphira. Okay, that resolved. Cool. So I add Skull Guardian and then I Barrier for low. Do I go ahead? I think I use Saphira here, is what I've seen people do, instead of normal summoning low. Because if I normal summon low right away and they imperm it, I can't even treat it as full, what's it called? Full material. It does play into a Bestial, but those seem less common than imperm. Also, I would rather get Bestialed here than impermed, because Bestial at least makes my talents live. Also, yeah, I can search another low with this if I wanted to, yeah. Seems better. Seems better. Antiqua's Beef, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you for spending the free Prime on the channel. Thank you so much. It helps a lot. Did we do the TCG talk just turned in? Yes, we did. Well, they have something. Maybe it is imperm and they're just considering whether it's worth using it right now. But, I mean, you're not going to get a better spot, I think. Oh, Veiler, even better. That is perfect. Thank you. Okay, now it's a problem. Okay, now, that is something I would personally refer to as an issue. That is an issue. Okay. Do I don't max C here, I don't think. I think I have to talents to draw now. Be honest with you. I mean, I draw 2. I have low in the deck. I have Diviner in the deck. There's outs. Oh, Blessing. That's... That's the best one. Should I should summon Old Man, right? I should definitely summon Old Man. I think I'll shuffle the one from my hand. Because the one in the grave can actually help me replace my stuff. I don't think I need the one in hand. Pass. Alright, vibes! They are not going to be happy. Yeah, this board is insane considering it's been made through Bestial Valor. That's insane. I got lucky with the talent straw, to be fair. True. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. I don't think Centurion can break this. As much as I love the deck, I don't think it's possible. If he has Gargoyle in hand, he breaks it. What, their table? Yeah, they might break their table if they have Gargoyle in hand. Don't think even the strongest Centurion hand ever beats one Ghost Ogre. Yeah, I get it, Herman. You don't like Centurion. It's okay. Ritual Beast is the best deck ever made. Ritual Beast beats 6 interruptions every time, and Centurion can't even play the game. It's alright. What is bro pondering about? I'm thinking about just popping both. Yeah, I like that. The Skull Guardian negate activation. It negates activation, but like even a second talents. The weird thing, I've noticed it sometimes when playing against Voiceless Voice. The weird thing about talents is that if you take the, if you use talents to take the Skull Guardian, because it'll be small on your field, like you can't even attack over the low. That's how weird it is sometimes, because if the low is in defense, it's actually the same defense points than the Skull Guardian has attack points, so like you can't even beat over that. Like you can't even use the Skull Guardian for anything, really. It can be very annoying because like Skull Guardian is designed in a way where it's only good on the Voiceless Voice's side of the field. If you take it, it doesn't do anything for you. Yeah, you have to take the Seravis, yeah. But then there's still a 4100 Skull Guardian in your way, which is very annoying. Okay, with this hand, I don't mind using Diviner as a bait for a hand trap, maybe. Because I'm pretty sure I play regardless. Yeah. That's fine. Can I do something? Should I do something where I tribute the Diviner now for the ritual summon of Skull Guardian? Hmm. Barrier. And I can also just add low, I guess. Uh. This is a Dynamondo? No, I don't need to Dynamondo. Why would I? No, that's super unnecessary. I'm gonna Blessing, and that gives me my trap. Carrot Top. Yeah. So I'm gonna tribute the Viner here to play around Called By. The only question is, do I want Saravis or do I want Pendulum Graph? Negate spell cards or some that. I think I want an Omni. I want an Omni. Well, like a spell negate rather, not Omni, but you know what I mean. That's worth. Fine. What is that deck even? Goblin Bikers? Am I about to be Big Bongad? Could be Salad. Oh, that targets. That does nothing. Special a goblin biker from your hand. Alright, I'll allow it. Close one. Almost broke it. Before the next game, read Downbeat and start cooking with Runic. What, you want to play Runic Voiceless and downbeat Hugin into low? No shot. Maybe if it was a quick play spell. Maybe if it was a quick play spell, then you would be cooking. If you could dodge Imperm on Hugin with it, maybe. But not with a normal spell. The evil. Will we be able to defeat the evil? No. Alright, sick. But that isn't a Rice Heart, because this has to summon... It can't summon Fenrir, it can summon Unicorn. But Unicorn, when Theosis is already used, I don't think this makes a Rice Heart unless they have OG Rice Heart in hand as well. Or another normal summon, they could have like Ogre. But they would have summoned Ogre first, no, that'd be weird. I mean, they could have it, but it'd be kind of odd to not start with that. Yeah. Shangri Era. Pass. Ooh. All right. Lost both SPs. It's okay. Lost Entis. That's a little annoying. No, don't lock my zones. Okay, well. Oh, do I want both ritual spells in hand? It's kind of annoying, isn't it? I think I just prayers now. They will banish it, but it's okay. I guess I'll play around Ash by doing Diviner Chainlink 1. Can I kiss your forehead, Josh? First of all, weird question to ask. Second of all, I don't think your mouth is big enough for that. We can't see what got banished. It was Diviner, Prayers, and yes. Old man. Yeah, Diviner still resolves. That's why it's fine. All right, we'll need to get a little creative. Let me read Dynamonda real quick. Target a card and a ritual monster in your grave. Okay, I want to get rid of this. Okay, give me a second. We're freed from the shackles. Okay, nice. I don't think I want to add anything back though. I think I just want to summon this. That. You can add from banished. Yeah, but they're all face down. I don't have a face up banished. Why is there a summon limit and Tikibu in your deck? Look, I just copied one of the lists that got top 10 last week. It's for last month. It's for research purposes. Calm down. It's research purposes and research purposes only. Okay, guys? All right, nice. Can Saravis negate Kashtira summons? Yes. $45 cards. Okay. Okay. Probably talents, look at hand, and then prosp for 6, hope to find low. I can't draw because then I can't prosp. I don't want to do that. Take a little sneak peek. I understand. I understand. Well, we'll take the Sword Soul Emergence away. And hopefully find a starter off of prosp for 6. Don't think we need this. Don't think we will need those. Second SP Unicorn. Okay. Ghost Ogre. Saravis. There can be only one. Prayers. Okay, Barrier. Barrier will do it. You. To be fair, the there can be only one would have probably also worked. But I prefer doing it this way. Blessing? Yeah. Risking Dynamondo here to set up trap? I don't have to, because I have the blessing set up. As soon as they summon, I can ritual summon on their turn. It's fine. I can't summon this right now. What was it? It was Vessel, Longyan, Protoss, I think. Yeah. I probably just want Saravis, honestly. Nope. Thank you. And oh. All right, Vessel, Protoss, Longyan. Surrender. Noted. I'm kind of torn how I feel about talents in this deck, because if you get hand trap, like, yeah, it's good probably. It's probably good. X-Strap into Prosp is my favorite thing to happen. Not. Well, this dies to one hand trap no matter what I do, right? No matter how I do it. I think it's better to start with low, because low gets hit by less hand traps, right? Low does not get immediately destroyed. I mean, if they ash low, they can't ash low. They'd have to ash the continuous spell, and then I at least have the continuous spell. Can I have it? Thank you. Diviner better into Bestial? Maybe a fair enough answer because of their Bestial sleeves, but I don't think that's the main concern. But it could happen. Oh well, Saphira is dead. I just have to grab this, I think, right? Yeah. It is what it is. Not much of a choice here, but to give them the draw off of this. Otherwise, I have nothing. Yeah. We grab a Saravis. Not ideal, though. Should I summon out the old man on top for an extra draw? Nah. Let's grab this. I am not happy right now. Seven cards against one Omni and a Ghost Ogre. Ambitious. Oh, well, it is branded. Ah, no, not Retribution, dude. Now, if I negate Branded Fusion, they just add it back. Well, they are called Aluber, so I guess that's fair enough. I think I just negate this and hope they don't have Branded Fusion. Ooh, my Ghost Ogre is so clutch right now. Oh my god, my Ghost Ogre. All right, they have two openings again now. Don't call by it. Okay, thank you. White! Okay. Ah, nee. I thought we were through it. I thought we survived. Well. That's a rough one. We might survive, but I'm not super like happy about this. We might not survive depending on how they do it as well. Does this work on battle as well? Leaves by card effect. No, they could like. Can they masquerade? Do they have a? No, they don't have a Despia anymore. Okay. Not masquerade. Queritus, my thing to 0 attack. That's what I was thinking, but no. Rindbrum. The Rindbrum Mirror Jade technology is powerful. Can't they just banish low? They can. And it might be enough. Why not? Wait, they didn't use the Rindbrum? Hello, I am Skull Guardian. I am big. I'm pretty sure it was game if they just banished the low, by the way, and just attacked the skull, the Skull Guardian, because he'll be small. He'll be a weakling if they just banish the low. Or bounce it with Rindbrum. Ah! I can't negate that, right? Yeah, it's pointless to do that. But they're not doing it protected from branded loss does not protect it now. Because they're fusing as Chainlink 2 and 3. They're not protected. I can react to their stuff now. On res. Problem is, I want to trias. I'm so close. If you attribute to the Chimera, what are you talking about? Destroy. They have branded opening anyways. Oh, come on. Whose turn is this? I can tell you it's not mine. Wait, did I normal already? I thought I could still normal. What did I know? Oh, a diviner. Well, then I can't out it anyways. Then I have no outs anyways. Doesn't matter. Sick deployment. Without the deployment top deck, I think I cooked them. But with the deployment, they get to lock me out of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Sick. You should play Machinex in the extra deck. I mean, branded is not very popular. At the same time, this deck doesn't really need its whole extra deck. So maybe you have a point. Maybe you could play that just in case. But yeah. Well, it's fine. It's whatever. All right. Solid climbing session. Halfway through diamond, I guess. Not the worst for like 2 or 3 hours of work. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We will be back tomorrow with some more Master Duel Rated. We'll probably do another Wheel of Decks stream tomorrow where you guys get to pick the kind of decks you want to see. Until then, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm just going to figure out where I'll send you guys for a quick little raid. Let me see who's live, who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now. And then, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for all the support as usual. I will be back tomorrow, and I will send you guys over to... Let me raid someone we haven't raided before. Who's playing a base deck? I'm just trying to see. Trying to see who's playing a cool Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. Okay, there's someone playing Labyrinth. I like Labyrinth. I'll send you guys over to the Labyrinth Duelist. You guys enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace. Oh, they're playing against